Good evening, folks. I'm just settling in here. I hope you guys settle in too. Wow. Hey. Very interesting, Queen of Water. You made a live. Okay. It's crazy, isn't it? You should tell us more. Was it like a live stream? Were you doing a live stream on your tarot channel, your healing channel? How did that... Is that the first time you've done it? Well, let's see. We'll have a look here. It seems like there are a lot of cooling fans that are working here in the studio right now, trying to keep things reasonable. But I hope it doesn't distract from the sound. All right, let's have a look here. I'm just going to make the Astro Doodle for the day. Just hang in, okay? Tina's house is torn up, ready for the remodel to be over. Oh gosh, yeah. Remodeling and having to live inside at the same time, that's really, I don't know. I've had to deal with that, obviously. I'm sure a lot of you have. I'm going to put some of the red ink first, get it out of the way, and just... You know, we'll talk about it as we go along. And I guess we should put the Chiron Moon thing. I'll just leave it a little bit like that. Yes, the Pisces Gem. I think I'll just leave the Pisces Gemini thing for now. Alright, so let me get on with some sweet spots. We've got that over here between Saturn and the North Node. We have a nice kind of sextile going on. And over here, excuse me, with the Aries Gemini energy over here. And the Aries Gemini Aquarius energy over here. We also got the trine between Jupiter and Mars, which is nice. Very nice to have that one. And here's where things got a little awkward. Sorry if I'm sounding a little flimsy and fragile tonight. That's because I'm flimsy and fragile tonight. Alright, so I'm going to put in some orange lines. This is going to represent the quincunxes, if there is such a thing. Just trying to deal with the basics. I mean, some of the really top of the line, YouTube astrologers, they have all the asteroids and the fixed stars and the mythological creatures. They have all of that stuff. But frankly, for me, it's hard enough just to deal with the absolute basics of Western astrology, trying to fit it all in. Okay, hold on. I just got to catch up with the post-it notes there. It looks like, okay, we got one already from Tina Miller. She went straight to the Tarot Illumination PayPal donation place. And we have one for Queen of Water over here. Now let's just put this on the board before we go any further. And Queen of Water is, let me just make a note here. New love or old love opting in. I'm just going to put new question mark, where it says old question mark, and we'll let it play out when we get there. We'll see what kind of messages and storylines we have coming up for you. Okay. Alright, let's put this over here. Keep things sunny. Here we are. Have a sunny, super day. This landed here a while ago, but I like to keep it around because it's very cheerful. Keeps the spirits up. Hello, Starzy. Let's have a look. I'll come back to this in a minute. I just want to say hi to everybody, see who's out there. Hello. And let's see, doopy-doo. Give me a second. Alright. There we are. Hello, everybody. Thanks for dropping in. I sent a constant contact bulk group email to the Tarot Illumination mailing list. And so we'll see who shows up, see who gets it in time. I should have planned these things better, but I didn't. So we're just figuring it out as we go along. Over here it is warm and sunny in Las Vegas. And like right now, I'm feeling like I want to go on to one of my old Wednesday morning rant things. But I think it'll take me off subject. So I'm going to try and keep it really simple. Just focus on you guys and the readings and so on. Hope that's okay. And sorry, I've got to get back over here. No, I don't. Wait a minute. I can check in with you guys. Okay, so let's have a look. Tina, hello. And Love Triber's visiting. Hello, Love Triber. And let's have a look. Queen of Water is down there in Australia. Depending, well, you know, we only say down there, down under, because all the modern maps of the world, okay, are created in such a way that it's become a convention that we have north facing this way, and the poles rotate, the planet rotates, and they call that the South Pole. But if you've ever watched those videos from outer space, depending on what your orbit looks like, you could see the whole map from a completely different view. I'll show you. So, have you ever seen those videos? Like, there's a satellite flying over outer space and it's very close to Earth, and they're gonna go like, and then you see a weird thing like, what's that? Oh, it's Florida. Or like, here's another thing like, what's that weird place? I've never seen that country before. Oh, that's Argentina. Of course, there's no sound in outer space because there's no air, so there's nothing to vibrate. So I'm just trying to simulate it. And then look, here's another one. Satellites flying over Russia. Have you heard recently how there have been all these UFO things going on? I'm not going to say I'm not a fan, but I don't really pay much attention to the UFO world. But on some of the news clips that I've been getting here, I've seen these things where there's this purple pyramid that goes flying around through the air, and there's a note with the headline that says, I think it's like NASA or the American Space Agency or the Department of State or something like that declares that these are genuine videos. And a UFO is like an unidentified flying object. We don't really know what it is. I'm sorry if I'm spoiling all the imagination and fun of it, but when I looked at that thing, my first impression is that it's a fractal thing with the lens on whatever camera that they were using. But the pilots say that the camera was tracking this object going through space. Well, actually quite close to Earth. And from the closest view that I got on the picture, it looks like a pyramid. It looks like a green pyramid. And it doesn't have any wings, it doesn't have any smoke, it doesn't have any windows. It just seems to move around at will. So there you go. Anyway. A lot of weird stuff is always happening. Hello, Robin, I see you. Hello, Starzy, I see you. Yeah, I'm trying to stay very kind of blank, very, very neutral, so that we just focus on the readings. But what I'm finding is that I've done such a good job at making myself blank and neutral that I feel literally like I'm just a piece of raw meat, or like some kind of weird antenna that's being shoved in the ground, and I have no meaning or purpose or value on life or on this planet Earth, except to be how things are right now. Like my body is a transmitter. I think of myself as a transceiver. I haven't done a lot of the things that I used to do about 2 years ago, where I was really trying to promote these like advanced radical self-healing practices that I learned, because it was, I don't know, it was just kind of hard to try and do a really effective show. And I might know things about these healing practices, but to create a show around it, it's a whole other thing. Let's have a look. Hello, Robin. So we have a reader here tonight. Robin's Realm Reading is a reader. I believe Queen of Water is a reader. Love Triber is a reader. Who else is a reader? Hello, Karen, over there in New Zealand. I hope things are going okay for you. Let's have a look. Yeah. So what's this Tina was saying here? You got to move out for a week in May for the subfloor for hardwoods to be built. Wow. Okay, so this is really serious remodeling. Wow. Is this down in Houston, Texas? Love Triber made a note how there's no transits on the right side of the astrodoodle. Well, actually there are. I'm just not putting them in there because I'm only a very basic Western style astrologer, and I don't have all the software, and I went through quite a lot of training with a couple of teachers, but a lot of it just seemed like, okay, well, this is very, very interesting, with theory and all sorts of stuff. But I kind of developed my own little mini practice which deals with the basics, like KISS rule. Keep it simple, silly. All right? Yeah, that's the Akashic Library. It goes much farther and farther down than you can imagine. This is just one of the wings of my library here. You see all these files? These are all the personal readings I've done for people over thousands of lifetimes. Okay? And over here, and right up at the top, see on that, where is the letter T? I don't know if this is the letter T section, but that could be Tina Miller right there. Okay? And Love Triber could be right over there. Anyway, yeah. Tina's a reader too. With any luck, we'll have Necessary Truth will show up, and maybe we'll have, let's see, Frittily. Frittily's a reader. Necessary Truth is a medium, a spirit medium. It all adds up. let me go back over here. Let's have a look. Where was it? Oh no, hold on, wait a minute. I think I've told you before, I'm susceptible to lunar transits, so I watch things carefully. And right now the moon is in Cancer in the early degrees, so that's very significant for me personally. And so I'm paying very close attention. Also, Pluto is in Capricorn at very significant degrees for me personally, plus Saturn and Jupiter, plus Uranus. So I feel as though I'm like plugged into some kind of weird science experiment where I've got, like cables plugged into me where they're testing things and where I'm being tested by the universe, like I'm some kind of weird guinea pig. I was hanging out with Love Triber today and talking about how I was feeling. I mean, everybody has different experiences, and it depends on your own astrological makeup, how receptive you are. For example, right now, over the last couple of weeks, if you are, for example, an Aries dominant person, like Sun, Moon, and Rising, or something like that, you might have been feeling a lot of energy flowing into you, through you, and out of you. That's just one example. It changes every day. Let me go back to that astrodoodle for a second, because Love Tribe brought up a point. So this is the astrodoodle for today, but in the really advanced astrology classes, they will point out that there's an asteroid here, a fixed star over here, and all these other things that I don't really equate. I've got an astrologer that I know who does very advanced astrology, and it's great when you want to get into very, very subtle nuances of things. But I mostly just stick to the planets because that represents the meat of Western astrology as far as I'm concerned. The basic meat is to do with the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Those are the visible planets, and their correlations with human behavior have been noted for thousands of years. And it's only recently, in the last 150 years or so, that we actually discovered 3 mythological planets that we kind of knew were out there, but we couldn't see them. But now we have discovered, because of telescopes and satellites and all of that kind of thing, and radio telescopes, we have discovered Uranus and Neptune and Pluto, and they are actually out there. And my personal experience is that if you look at history, if you look at sort of life, the world, and everything, and you flip through it, this is a very old book. It goes up to about 1978. But I was skimming through it. It talks about humanity and evolution and, the great civilizations and all those wonderful things. But you start to realize that in the last 150 years or so, things accelerated very, very dramatically for human beings on planet Earth. And I correlate that acceleration to do with Uranus first, then Neptune, and then Pluto. And humanity is not really used to dealing with the energy of these planets, okay? It's just, we are still growing and we are still evolving. And I was trying to explain to Love Triber today, for example, that I think self-examination is important, self-awareness is important, so that you're not operating off of reflex behavior. And I was noting that I felt like I was very out of control of my senses, where I realized that I was experiencing a lot of, I guess, perception, like through the pineal gland over here, and where you sense, like extrasensory perception is mostly perceived through the pineal, right through here. And I was getting very strong visual images of things from the past, things from the present, things from the future, like imagination, where you see things and you feel things. It's much easier to correlate with the past because you've already lived through these things in terms of Saturn time. And then I felt like it was flipping through. Did you see the way I flipped through those pages on that big book? That's what I felt was happening in here. Like, I'm just seeing lots and lots of fragments of life experience in this time. I felt it very much as what we would call feelings, which translated into very strong visuals. And when I look at my own personal chart, it's easy for me to understand that and diagnose the chart. And I'm kind of built that way. I'm essentially like an artist and a writer and a musician at my core. But I tried to be sensible, so I studied math, physics, science, and biology so I could maybe do something useful and helpful, like be a doctor. Obviously, you can tell that that didn't work. But, so I've covered a broad range of things, but what I wanted to suggest is that for each of you, you are constantly being affected by magnetic and gravitational forces around you, and it's permanent. It never stops. It just constantly reconfigures and reconfigures every day, every minute, every hour, and we just have to deal with it. Some of the factors are established, like we call it your birth chart. That is kind of like an established, fixed, like energy field. You could call it your identity. And then that energy field has to exist in a constantly moving external energy field, like what's happening today. So over here, for example, hello, Mr. Ross. Yes, I know, Tina. It's doing weird things. It's the lighting. So, for my personal opinion, and I wrote about this, is that humanity is going through profound changes right now on a scale never seen before. It's an evolutionary leap, and I started talking about it a few years ago, and it's accelerating, and it's becoming more obvious on planet Earth right now in the way human beings relate to each other. And in essence, what I'm sensing, what I was trying to talk about with Love Triber today was like, I can't understand how people are humanity, well, human beings are so heavily conditioned today. Conditioned is a very, very big word. We're conditioned to the point where we believe an illusion and we distrust the truth and the reality. It's like everything's twisted upside down, and it's a very disorienting kind of energy when you're living your life and you're being told that this and this and this and that and that and that is true, and that what you feel and what you think and what you believe is all fake, false, evil, and bad. To me, that's absurd, because I understand my own nature and my own truth. I've had to do a lot of work on myself just to sort of continue to exist day by day. But what stuns me is just the power that some human beings have over other human beings. The power that some human beings have over humanity. It's just mind-boggling. And unless you learn how to love thyself, become self-aware, you are literally just being sucked into it like a magnet. And you wouldn't have any awareness. You just say, well, that's reality. From my observation, what is being presented as reality is a massive fraud, a massive illusion, a massive betrayal. And it's been showing up in the astrology for months now, especially with the Neptune clash with the Gemini energy. You've seen that. I pointed that out many times. So to me, it's very disorienting because I'm feeling it personally. I'm just like everyone else. I sense things and feel things just like I have an antenna, and I have belief systems, things that I hold dear in my beliefs, and things that I really don't believe. And when I'm being told that this is the truth, when I know inside it's false, I'm left just stunned and wondering, how on earth is humanity going to evolve? You know, it's lunacy to me. Right here, let's have a look. So for today, right now, here we have, it's like these really odd energies here. This is a quincunx over here. Saturn quincunx the moon. It's a very fleeting energy, but it's a very strong energy. And what it does, from my perspective, is that it forces your feelings to be understood and examined in ways that you wouldn't normally bother. It just puts it under a microscope with a lot of pressure. Most of us, of course, won't even know that this is happening. It just sounds like gibberish coming out of my mouth. There's another one over here. This quincunx here, Pluto in Capricorn, hard quincunx to Mars in Gemini. From my perspective, this is an indication that humanity is being forced to, let's say, speak and operate and communicate and transact life in terms of money, communications between ourselves and other people in a way that is direct and honest and pure and truthful. And Mars and Gemini, to me, it's an indication that there's a lot of hostility that is being brought to the surface, that is exposed as fraud. So when I check my sources of information and I look around the world, we know there's always turmoil and chaos and volcanoes, and we've got all sorts of stuff going on. There's, solar flares, and there's solar weather, there's the Schumann resonance. I don't know much about that. And there are patterns that flow in and out of each other. Some of the patterns are very obvious, like the Sun and the Moon, Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Some of the patterns are less obvious, like Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. But with this particular pattern, what I'm seeing here is something that I predicted probably like a year and a half ago, is a lot of violence, a lot of protesting, a lot of ugly, distorted, vicious violence, one human being against another. And it's still going on today. To me, it's like we've ignited something that has become acceptable. So it's like every other day now there's a riot somewhere over in Europe or South America or Africa or somewhere, or in America. And in America today, is it a coincidence that there's lots of mass shootings going on? Just as the leader of this country, the fake leader of this country, is trying to distort the politics of this country. Is that a coincidence? So these are headline news things. They're not being reported by some of the big media places, but they're reported by the places that I watch. And what's really kind of funny, when I have a place I'm leaving in Los Angeles, where, like, if you go into South Central or parts of Inglewood or Compton, any month, or roughly, what is it, like there's like 60 shootings a year or month or whatever it is, but it is lots of shootings and killings, but it never gets on the news because it's inconvenient. It makes Los Angeles look like a hellhole, and they want it to be looking like a perpetual Disneyland. Everything's wonderful and happy all the time. Hello, Indigo Williams. Oh, what's this? I missed some of the chat. Hold on. I had to block my daughter. Tina had to block her daughter. Oh my God, yes, because you've had a lot of turmoil in the family there. I see what you guys are. Okay, so you've got your conversation going off there on the side. I was doing my rant over here, connected to the astrodoodle that I've got drafted up for today. Hold on. So what I've noticed personally is that with these very harmonious energies over here, the green indicates trines and sextiles, which geometrically in Western astrology equate to harmony in one form or another. You know, Aries with Gemini, Aquarius with Aries, and so on. But I'm just trying to keep it simple, like red and green and red. So there's the stress marks here, and what I've noticed is that it's just simple. It's just, you could call it coincidence, but what I'm noticing happening is that there's this very gentle lull going on across the world right now, where it looks to me like complacency, where there's so much, I don't know what other word to use, is evil that's being propagated all over the world like a massive cancer, or like systemic candidiasis. And we're just allowing it to happen because we're comfortable. Humanity is living through a period of comfort right now, so it's just like, well, why bother to challenge all these falsehoods and fakeries and lies and deception? You know, we're still here. Like in America, we still got water, we still got cars, we still got gasoline, and you know, things are getting weird and bumpy, but we'll deal with it. Now, some people aren't like that. Some people are violently protesting against like reality or against other humans. It's your choice. But all of it's happening simultaneously. And you could say it's a little bit lopsided. All these energies here are not represented with planets right now. So it tends to concentrate the energy fields over here. Like in early April, there was a huge concentration of energy in Aries. And I feel it personally in my way. I'm sure you felt it in your own ways. Anyway, let's move on. We've got readings to do. Who else needs a reading? I've got Tina Miller lined up. I've got Queen of Water. If anybody wants a reading, a mini reading, you can donate directly using your own PayPal to this email address here for Tarot Illumination. It's alittlebookabout@yahoo.com. Also, you can go over here. This is the tarotillumination.com website, and you can go to the donate page. There's a button over there, and that opens up a payment processor, so you can swipe a card. And the other way is that you can, I guess if you don't have a PayPal account, you can just go to PayPal anyway and send to this. All right. Let's have a look here. Over here. Sorry, I got that. I'm feeling very spacey tonight, by the way. And I'm blaming it on, I love to blame the planets, as you know. I'm blaming it on these two alignments here, specifically Pluto in Capricorn. It's sitting on top of a very, very, very tender part of my own nature here. And the moon is sitting right here too for me. So this is almost a polarity. We already passed the polarity, but it just, this is very hard for me to handle. I'm just letting you know. It's a fleeting energy. It will pass, but right now, to me, it's like, it feels like I feel so far removed from human reality. Like it's literally just like watching life through like a Neptunian, like not a psychedelic haze or a fog, but through a kind of a haze where you really question reality, like what's real, what's not real. Are my feelings real, or are they just random reactions to random energy? I feel literally like a piece of raw meat just exposed. Okay. All right, let's have a look. All right. Okay. There's 2 cats in here. Good grief. All right, let's have a look. First of all, I need a little beverage. Give me a second. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for being here. That's better, Love Triber. Thank you very much. It feels like watching things through a kaleidoscope. That's a very good analogy. Cheers, everybody. Let's see. Indigo. Hey, you know indigo? If I recall, let me just bear with me a second. Indigo, if I recall, you are based in Las Vegas. Is that correct? Are you the... Because I know I have a client based in Las Vegas, and she's involved with water in studies in terms of like career, the industry, like as a resource. Would that be you? If so, please remind me or affirm, or if it's not you, please enlighten me. Okay? Let's see, Gregory's here. Hello, Gregory. How are things going? It's funny, all of us who come here, because we've all gone through some really, really bumpy things together. Each of us in our own lives, but also kind of as a team, because like we are privy to a lot of each other's storylines and some of the stuff we've been through. Let's have a look. Okay, I'm trying to catch up with the chat here. No, I didn't do a very good job of that. Okay, so there's another visitor we have here. She will not be here tonight. She's in a hospital. She is a dear friend of mine, and she was born and raised in a truly evil, vicious sex cult that was run by her father, of all things. And my friend was essentially like a laboratory animal at the disposal of these people. And of course that's very traumatizing for the child, and so she, as an adult today, she is deeply, deeply scarred and barely makes it through a day without having some kind of psychic meltdown or episode. But we've been friends for years, and I just like helping her out, because I can see her strength improving, and she's become very coherent. But today was an episode where she didn't quite make it, so she's in the hospital. She's very conscious and very aware now of when she's being traumatized or not through psychic flashbacks and all that kind of thing. Kelly Galbraith. Hello, Kelly Galbraith. Give me a second, Kelly. So Elizabeth is in hospital, and I'm sending out prayers to her that she hangs strong and gets better, and they correct her psych medications so that she can get back to her life. When she's informed, she is an amazing woman. She's truly an amazing woman. And I'm hoping that her book will come out, and it will show how it's possible to overcome mind-boggling trauma and abuse and still live to tell the tale. Indigo, I was going to ask Indigo, could you remind us who you are and where you are? I'm curious, because I think I know who you are. Kelly Galbraith, could you give us some tips? I'm just, right now, I haven't started doing the readings yet. I'm just kind of settling in, getting to connect with everybody before we get on with the readings. So, Kelly, if you know Love Triber, that's great, but please introduce yourself to the rest of us. Like, where are you? I love knowing where people are. Hello, Jeffrey. Good evening. I'm just doing a few readings tonight. Tina Miller is saying here, how old is that? Oh, okay, you're talking, so Tina is talking about a synastry chart. That's the astrological connection between one person and another. Those kind of charts are very interesting. Like if you do an interfamily chart, if you've got all the information for other members of the family, it's amazing. You can see, it's like connecting the dots. You can see how everyone's connected to everyone else in very obvious ways. Kelly Galbraith is from the USA. Okay. Tarot Illumination is here in the USA, based here in Las Vegas right now. And Queen of Water is over there in Melbourne, Australia. Love Triber is in Las Vegas. Jeffrey is in Texas. Yo, thank you, Jeffrey. I got that. Gregory is in New Mexico. Tina is in Texas. Let's have a look. Indigo, I believe you are here in Nevada. Let's see, who did I miss? Starzy. Starzy, are you the one in Detroit? Is that Detroit? Brooklyn? New York? I can't remember. Your favorite darkness. Whoa! Hello, your favorite darkness. I haven't seen you here for years. Wow. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tell us how are things going with you? Let's have a look. And Robin. Robin, I believe, is over there in Texas too. Karen is over there in New Zealand. It's heading into autumn, which is going to lead into winter. And what else did I miss here? I think I got everybody, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let me get a post-it note set up for Jeffrey. Give me a second. I love doing this. Magic post-it note for Jeffrey. Let's have a group donation. Oh, okay. Wow, we haven't done that for a while. Yeah. Queen of Water is at work, just trying to listen. Okay. Starzy's back in Florida. Okay, Jeffrey. Yeah, we could do a group reading. Let's put this over here, put this over here. Let's have a quick sip of this. I'm going to put this over here. Okay. How am I going to say this? Right now, like was it Love Triber said it's like looking through a kaleidoscope. Right now, I feel as though my life is like as though I'm inside the kaleidoscope, and it's just everything swirling around. It's not like drug-induced or anything. I'm completely stone cold sober. I don't have any weird drugs going around in my body. But everything feels as though I've been exposed to multiple layers of perception simultaneously. And that can be a little bit disorienting. So, I just want to let you know that up front. I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to start with Tina. We'll come back. We'll probably need this during the reading. We'll see. I'm going to start over here. Give me a second. I need to pull out the deck. Do I need some distant healing? Yes. Actually, I'm going to admit, people, that there are certain parts of my life that have been so overwhelming that I feel I'm really, really dragging. It's hard just to get through one day to the next one. I'm sure all of you know what that feels like. And what has happened, I'm just going to make a little confession here. It's nothing bad or anything. It's just that You know, we go through phases in life. We all go through different phases. Like a while ago, Tina was living in New Mexico. Tina is now in Texas, living a completely new life. Gregory has been bouncing back and forth between New Mexico and Mississippi. Jeffrey had to do a big move a while ago. Jeffrey has been doing a fantastic job of building some structure in his life. It's something to behold. And since I'm kind of migrating into this new life here in Nevada, it's been very disorienting for me personally, deep inside. And what's happened is, like, I used to have a very active daily practice, a self-healing practice, which is actually very effective, which I discovered allows me to take on even more stress than I would like to take on. But that's the point. Well, it's not the point of the self-healing to take on more stress than is healthy, but that was kind of a side effect of self-healing. It just allowed me to just take on more and more stuff that I probably should not have taken on. And I should have just absorbed the self-healing for my own pleasure and good use. But I didn't. I just took on more stress loads, mostly to do with helping other people. And that's fine, because that seems to be what I'm built to do, above and beyond the art and the music and the writing. And so in the last few months, I discovered these 2 cafes that are nearby here. And so my little healing habits have changed a bit. Now what I tend to do is get up early in the morning, take care of the basic chores and the kitty cats and so on, and have a nice breakfast, and then I take my bicycle and I go to either the Donut Cafe or the Art Cafe, and I kind of go into a meditative trance, and I look at my smartphone and I pull out bits of paper and make notes to myself, and I sort of daydream about the day and the life and the world and everything, and then I go back and then I get on with things, whatever they may be. And that's been a consistent pattern, and I love doing it. But it's been done at the expense of my very self-contained self-healing practices. So there is a difference. There is a difference in the way I walk and live through life. Just as if you had to change some fundamental habits in your life, it would. It's like not your persona changes, but the way you carry yourself through life and the world changes a little bit. All right, let's go over here. So I'm just trying to explain away some of the extreme fuzziness that is, to me, obviously oozing out of me at the moment. Here we go. All right, Tina. Now, let me just check if you needed some. Yeah, distant healing always helps, yeah. Love Driver needs some distant healing. Actually, let me go back. I want to see the notes from Tina. I forgot. Give me a second here. I'm going to scroll back up through the chat. Oh gosh, I can't remember. Part of it was to do if we can put a couple dollars towards a group reading. So I'll do that with Jeffrey. Give me a second, Tina. I want to check your notes again. Back over here. Oh, look. Oh, I got something here from Gregory. Yay, thank you, Gregory. I'll get you your post-it note right now. I'm just going to check with Tina. Give me a second. Hold on, people. Okay, doopy-doopy-doo. Oh, okay, so no specific notes. So what I'd like to do is... Sorry, I'm clicking buttons around in a haze. In a complete haze. Alright, so let's do this first. A little bit of a catch-up. I'm going to put a post-it note here for Gregory Ross. It's interesting, actually, because Gregory actually loves to play with tarot cards himself. And so Gregory and I have been working together like as a team to help sort things out. And what happens is that, hello Ivona, I just see you. I just saw you there. Gregory likes to have his own readings validated, like when we have meetings together. So it's very interesting. You know, it's like comparing notes. All right, Tina. So I'm going to do kind of a general. Now, just to explain things for everyone else, in case you're not aware, in case some of you are watching but you've never done this before, when I do readings, I just do the reading. I don't really store any information. I'm like, for example, with Tina, we've worked together for a long time, so there is a backstory. But I try to operate as though I've never met Tina ever before. And so whatever comes out in the story is very kind of pure and untainted and just raw. Whereas, and I learned this very, very quickly years and years ago doing readings, that it was counterproductive to keep files and to keep records on clients, because everything it's like you start to build a sarcophagus around the client, which it makes it harder and harder and harder to be flexible and to live in the now, in the moment, in the here and the now. So I try to stay completely open and neutral, as though I just landed here from outer space and I don't know anybody and I don't know anything. It's just that today is an exceptionally active version of what I just described. I feel I literally landed here from outer space. Very hard to keep my bearings, finding out what is up and down, left, right, honest, false, good, bad. Everything is just raw energy. All right, Tina, so let's just keep this very open. Cards are already well shuffled, but I'm just going to the last second so that you're a witness. Don't worry about that one. I'm just going to stick it back in here randomly. Just make sure it's in the upright position. I don't do reversals. All right, here we go. Let's have a look. So, if this is going to be all about Tina. The rest of you chat amongst yourselves. I know some of you like to do side readings, help yourself. Who knows, Fritterly may show up and you'll get a side reading there. Who knows, a necessary truth may show up. We'll see. If there's anyone out there, by the way, hold on a second, Tina. If there's anyone out there watching and it's the first time you've ever heard of this or seen this, this is just a thing that we've been doing for a few years now. It's live readings, live mini tarot readings. And you can buy them through Super Chat and through PayPal. And then you get a live mini reading. And if people want to go really into it, I also do, like much more, let's say, in-depth consultations. Okay? And that can include astrodoodles and everything. Thanks, Tina, for your patience. All right, cards are well shuffled. Let's bless this deck. Bless every single card. Bless the technology, the cameras, the lights, the platforms, the electricity, all of those things that allow us to do any of this at all. Because it goes all over the world. in the Tarot Illumination heydays, we had people literally from all over planet Earth coming into the shows. It was just a wonderful feeling. All right, Tina, here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. I'm using the most basic Tarot Illumination spread. Call it my situational spread. It's literally like a very neutral diagnostic device. So I was doing some car repairs recently, helping out with car repairs. And I was at the auto shop talking to the chief boss guy there. And he lifted out his diagnostic box, which is literally like, it looks like something about the size of like a small old-fashioned transistor radio, and it has a screen. It looks like a very thick, big, heavy tablet, you know. And you plug that in, and I kind of joked with him, oh, that's what I do with my tarot readings. I treat it as a diagnostic box. You just plug it into the person, connect the two wires, and you get your diagnostics, and then you figure out what to do from there. Thank you, Queen of Water. Thank you so much. And so I joked, so your diagnostic device, let me guess, that was $7,000. And he said, yeah, you're just about right. And he said, that's just for the American cars and the Japanese and Korean cars. But for Europe, you know, like the Porsches, Audis, Mercedes, and all of that, he has to have another diagnostic box, and that's an $11,000 box. It's just freaking mind-boggling. And we do it here with tarot cards. Just a little deck of tarot cards. All right, let's have a look, Tina. So let's have a look. So I've got the Page of Wands here. I think of this as weather. I think of this as surrounding influences, external influences, rather than you personally or an individual. I see this more as this is a representation of the current astrological weather, literally like a snapshot in time. And so what this is telling me is that the way this is working for you is that you can, I would say, take advantage of this. I don't know, you can take this however you want, Tina, but take advantage of your youthful innocence and your constant optimism and keep going forward anyway, knowing that you're coming from the best of intentions. You only want what's best for you, your loved ones, life in the world, and everything. And that's really all you have to do. It's a very honorable, noble, and healthy way to live. And I think the Page of Wands here is just saying, just be aware of this, Tina, that you have a good soul. A very deep, rich, powerful, healing kind of soul, and you express that in your own way. Like a lot of the people who come to this channel are in some way deep, powerful, loving souls who want more than just whatever they can grab in life for themselves. They're all deeply, all of you, each one of you here is deeply sensitive in your own way. Plus everyone out there who is not connected. Typically you would not come to this channel unless you were HSP, high sensory perception being. You know? Hello, Megastar. I see you. So, like Love Triber was saying, I think this morning, just think of it like a radio station. We're all here on a particular frequency, on a particular bandwidth, and this just sort of is just where we hang out. And this is really good, sweet, wholesome energy. Like no matter how challenging things are for you, Tina, because I know you either directly or inadvertently, you end up with your plate very loaded up with a lot of stressful things that would freak a lot of people out, but somehow or other you find ways to handle it and you move through it, okay? It's because you can. And but it's like right now you just need a reminder that no matter what the challenges are that you're dealing with, the family issues, the housing, the house issues, all of that, you kind of have, I don't want to say this is, well, I don't know much about superhero comic books or anything like that, but this is, to me, feels like it's the energy of a very youthful superhero, where it doesn't matter what your biological age is or how much physical damage you've had to endure in your life, and the body clock is ticking and all that. You still have a deep sort of, I guess, like a soul energy that you can tap into. It's tapping into you. It wouldn't be able to work through you unless you were already configured to be able to carry that energy. So to me, this is very lucky. Let's have a look. What's the situation itself? So another piece of luck here, we've got the Ace of Pentacles. This is a card of sacred opportunity. It wouldn't be here unless you'd earned it. And that's a lot of work to earn something like the Ace of Pentacles. So the question is, what do you do with that? What does it mean for you? How does that translate for you, Tina, in your life? So going forward, like we just had an Aries new moon recently. And we're already moving up to moon in Cancer. And soon we're going to, like in the 27th, I think, but we're going to have a full moon. And that's going to be a Taurus Scorpio. But for now, the Ace of Pentacles, to me, is saying is that if you look at your life and your world around you, just think of it in a very pure, simple, like materialistic terms, which would include money, houses, direct measurable values and benefits to you, like looking at all your resources that you have at hand, and then figuring out and realizing, you know what? There's a chance here. There's like this moment in the heavens, like a gateway. Like a gateway opens up. See, gateway here, sacred opportunity. It opens up where it looks to me that it's a chance and it's an opportunity for you to optimize your wealth, optimize your resources. And whether that, it doesn't look like it's going to be like hard and painful. It looks more like, to me, Tina, it feels like, oh, I really need to take close examination of my finances, my value systems, and kind of like line it all up like you would on an Excel sheet and figure out like, where are all my resources allocated? Resources would include time, money, talents, gifts, benevolence, kindness, compassion, willingness. And you put them all in a box and like, are these all being optimized? I don't know if that makes sense, but in other words, am I spending too much time and energy over here? Should I really reallocate that over here? Am I wasting time and money over here where I could actually invest it over here? Am I being too compassionate over here? And should I conserve some of that and reallocate over here? So on and so on. And to me, it looks like this is a great time for you to step back a little bit. Of course, still participate in life, your day-to-day life, but come from a position where you are observing yourself and realizing, wow, number one, I need to optimize my resources more than I'm doing already so that I don't squander anything. You're very efficient with resources already, Tina, but let's take it to the next level. How are you going to optimize your resources to make the best of who you are in this life in your world? Okay, let's go back here. I mean, this could be anything, really, like starting an investment program or looking at life through a new lens, like, oh my gosh, I could do this or that with my resources, my time, my money, my relationships with my friends and my family, my housing, all of those things. Examine and optimize. And to optimize, it means perhaps having to reprioritize, reallocate resources in a way that is the most optimal for you. Because what is the most optimal for you will be best for everyone else. Now, what's the challenge here? Okay, so I've got the Three of Cups. So in this situation, Tina, it makes me feel as though, even though this looks really positive and encouraging for me, you might feel as though there's a real lack of empathy and family and sweetness and kindness that in theory should be flowing between yourself and your loved ones and you. And the challenge is like wondering, where is that? You know, like I'm doing all this and I'm doing all of that, and it's ultimately coming from a desire to help and heal others to grow and evolve. But it looks to me here that, you know, sometimes we don't like to admit what's not working in our lives, but to me it looks like you're not getting any of the feedback or any of the love that you deserve in a way that is reciprocal. Because we all know it's a very delicious, satisfying feeling when you get a loving vibration between family and family members and loved ones, friends and family. And then the sad thing is, once you know what that is, and it's being challenged, or it's oppressed or repressed, or it's absent, that can feel very sad. Like where is it? Where did it all go? Because in theory it could be there, it should be there, but where is it? So to me that would be something you might not be sharing or with your loved ones, your friend and family. This looks like something that's a very painful personal burden that you're carrying inside of yourself, and it's a bit sad, almost to the point of heartbreaking. And I could take it a little more extreme, where I could almost say, like, what's the point? Why am I so committed to growth and optimization and doing that which is good, that I know which is good, because I can't help myself because I'm Tina Miller, while at the same time it doesn't feel reciprocal in the way that it coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's a little bit sad. So how are we going to deal with this? Okay, with the Temperance card here, I think the theme of the reading is profoundly, obviously, of course, it's to do with healing. Tina, you're a natural born healer. It's almost like you're a compulsive healer, and you make it your business. And when I see the Temperance card here, it makes me feel as though the way to deal with whatever might feel as though is not working for you when it comes to the energy of reciprocal love. If there's like a real imbalance in the equation of like everything that you put out there in love, generosity, and kindness and healing to others, like, well, you know, where's mine? What about me? Oh, where's the sharing? How come I am not being celebrated? I'm celebrating you. We could all celebrate each other. So where is that? Why is it? And so it's almost like, okay, the only way I can describe this, Tina, is because you're a professional, and you're a I would think retired nurse. Is it retired nurse? So what I'm sensing is that let's just say I'm some kind of a really good doctor, okay? And I go around fixing people. I do this. Here's your prescription. Here's some surgery. You're going to fix that. Take this pill. Let me examine you. Oh, we got to fix this. Oh, I see the problem. Blah, 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 and so on. And I'm just a really, really good doctor. And it's my day job. I just get up and do it every day. I'm compelled to do it. I feel vital and inspired to do it. And it always looks like it's taking me to a better life. And then I go back into the, take a break in the lounge or something at the hospital or the clinic, and I look in the mirror and it's like, why doesn't anybody love me? How come I don't get thank you cards all day, every day from all the people I'm helping? Why am I not on some TV show where I am, being celebrated for being the most amazing doctor, and I can get like all the accolades and the love that I feel like I deserve? Because some doctors, some of the doctors that I know, they just naturally go out, heal, and that's their day job. But they don't. How can I say this without? It's almost the way to handle this going forward, Tina. It's almost like it's just simply to accept and understand that being a committed healer, healing is the priority, and that in itself is the reward. It's just knowing, going to sleep at night, that you're doing the best that you can to be a very healing person, and that even though you might not be getting the love in reciprocal ways, you're still doing an amazing thing. Like I like that Scott Peck guy that I talk about. He would go into the battlefields, and he was a military doctor, and most of the soldiers would be very, very grateful. But there are certain patients of the healers who are not quite so grateful, and any kind of pain or suffering that's going on in the recipient of the healing. Like, for example, Tina, in your world, it might be some of your extended family who are actually receiving tons of healing, but they're either not aware or they're not grateful, so it doesn't feel like there's any reciprocation. So it's like when anything bad happens, they blame the doctor. Even though the doctor is the one that's actually doing everything possible, try to do the health and the healing. But the thing about really like doctors is that, not like I know this for a fact, but the doctor just heals anyway. Even if there's a very grumpy, unreceptive patient or recipient of the healing, there's no gratitude or anything. There's no love. You do it anyway because it's your job. In other words, you would just go home at the end of the day and you would just write it off. Oh, I just had a really cranky patient today. And then you carry on with your life. But because it's family, you might feel it personally. So the way to go forward is to kind of depersonalize it and understand that being a healer at the level at which you work, which is very high level healing, it doesn't always come with endless gratitude and roses and presents and appreciation. Sometimes it comes with resentment and ingratitude and blame, okay? But you still heal anyway, okay? You bring the balance, you bring the love, you bring the healing anyway. I hope that helps, Tina, because sometimes it feels to me over here that you take on so much. And the more you take on, the more you realize you can take it, so you take on more, which is what I was trying to talk about earlier in the show, where my personal self-healing practices were very good for my own personal self-healing, but what that did is it put me onto autopilot, where I just attracted more and more pressure and stress to do more, to deliver more healing, and that actually became counterproductive. So I'm learning as I go too. But anyway, Tina, I hope that message helps you. I hope it helps. Hello. Hello, Path. Hello, Necessary. The troops are in. So, Tina, I hope that helped. I hope it made sense to you. You're very strong, Tina, and you're full of life and love, and you're being very strongly supported through the heavens, through the planets right now, to keep doing what you're doing, being who you are, even though you might go through episodes where there's no reciprocation at all. This is just what This is what comes with being a dedicated healer. Okay, here we go. Let's shuffle it up. Queen of Water, what's going on? Queen of Water wants to do with a love situation. Sounds like there's something in the air. Yeah. Thank you, Tina. I hope that helps. All right, up we have next is Queen of Water over there in Melbourne, Australia. Karen Clark was here earlier. She's over there in New Zealand. Amazing. Let's have a look. Let's see. Let's do this. Just got to shuffle it up. So chat amongst yourselves, people. Queen of Water is here. Excellent. Oh, I just thought of something. Hold on. Give me a second here. Just give me one more round, okay, Queen of Water? All right, here we go. Okay, so Love Tribe, you mentioned something earlier about this big vacuum over here on the right-hand side of the chart. Well, at the moment, the way the planets are aligned, it looks like it's all a big cluster, all very lopsided to one side, which it is. Okay? Oh, thank you, Necessary. So, for anyone who's interested, over the next couple of weeks, you might want to pay attention to your feelings and your emotions. Okay, because what's going to happen is the moon is going to transit through Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, while most of this stays fairly aligned to where it is right now. There's still going to be a lot of emphasis on this side. And so when you have a planet that's very isolated relative to the others, it can magnify or intensify the energies associated with that planet. In this case, it's the moon. So you might want to pay attention. This would just be like a personal exercise in self-awareness. You might want to pay attention roughly every 2.5 days the moon transits through one sign. Okay? So we're roughly halfway through the moon in Cancer right now. So I think late tomorrow, the moon is going to be moving into Leo. So consider the Leo energy. How does that feel for you? Where is the Leo sector in your chart? And then a few days later, think of the Virgo energy. Because the moon is going to be very exposed over here. And the moon is going to trigger lots of aspects with all the planets sitting over here. We'll have trines and sextiles and squares and quincunxes. All of that and more. So it's just something to bear in mind. Like right now, over here, when the moon was in Aries, we had a very tight cluster, and this wasn't even here at all. So starting now, today, tonight, just pay attention over the next week or so, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, almost 2 weeks. Pay attention over the next 2 weeks, and maybe study the astrology of the moon through the signs and see where that affects you. You know, especially if it goes through any of these trigger spots in your own charts. Okay? Alright, so I just saw something there from Necessary. Okay, so I got to put up a Necessary. Gosh, I don't think I can handle any more readings tonight. That's going to be it, folks. Because somehow or other, I got to squeeze in a group reading. And I haven't done one of those in a long time, so it'll be kind of rusty. Very rusty. Okay. Well, let's have a look here. I'm just going to shuffle a little tiny bit more. Let's have a look. I know it's just a tiny crowd that we have here, but we are good people. Hey, I see your notes there from M. Hello, M. You'd like to ask a question? Right now, I can't really take any more tonight, okay, M? We're going to read for Queen of Water, Jeffrey, Gregory, and Necessary, and I have to try and fit in a group reading. See if I can do that. So M, I'd be happy to read for you. I don't think I'll make it tonight, but if you want to, you can go to tarotlumination.com and we can follow up later on if you would like. Let me just show you something. Hello M, this is one of the pages from tarotlumination.com. You can book readings there and so on, okay? Alright, now, So, dear Queen of Water, this is going to sound a little bit odd, but are you in some kind of gown or robe or some kind of attire that has either a silky feel to it or like one of those kimono feels to it, like beautiful silk patterns or designs or something? Perhaps with an Asian feel, like a dark background and beautiful flowers, or a light background with dark, or something like that. Can you please validate what I'm sensing here, Queen of Water? It feels to me that you're in kind of this, like what I would call as if you were going to a temple. If you were going to hang out in a temple, or if you're going to go to a yoga class or go to a healing center or be a healer or something, it's like what a doctor would wear, a white lab coat. But it feels to me like you're wearing, there's some kind of, is there something floral around you? Queen of Water, no. You're in the workplace. Oh. Oh, okay. Auras. Yeah. I wish I could be more precise, but I just sensed something here that's an absolutely, you know what? That's Queen of Water. Let me just reference this to the people who are watching so that we know what you're talking about, what I'm talking about. Because sometimes it's very hard for me to describe or understand what I'm sensing. Okay? So, here's a little book, for example, and they have some amazing imagery in here where this is a book about remote energy healing. What I was sensing were colors that are sort of like I was sensing, this is what I was sensing, okay? Queen of Water, I was sensing here. Can you see this? This is what I was sensing. Now that you mentioned aura, this is very much what I was sensing, okay? Like a very rich, powerful energy field where all your chakra centers are vibrating in a kind of peak optimal way. Not necessarily happy, not necessarily sad. Just flowing, literally flowing, like wom, 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 wom. Yeah. And a sense of iridescence. Oh, okay. So, Queen of Water, you're saying that your top has butterflies. Now, butterflies are incredible animals. They have these mind-boggling types of wings. Some of them have an iridescence. I don't know if any of the butterflies that you are showing on your top has iridescent type of butterflies. But anyway, very beautiful, beautiful colors, like beautiful colors and patterns. Anyway, so I just wanted to let you know I was sensing that very strongly. It's weird, isn't it? A little bit weird. Anyway, here we go. All right. What that is actually telling me personally is that we have a good connection right now. It's like, you know, it's like having the internet. Like we got a good signal. Here's Queen of Water. Here's Terra Illumination. It's like we're in the room together. You're minding your own business, doing work in the workplace, and you've got you're wearing a top that has butterflies on it. I think that's what I was sensing. That's all. I have to shuffle again because I got distracted, as you can tell. All right, here we go. Let's have a look. Questions about new love, old love. What's going on? What messages do we have here tonight for Queen of Water regarding possibilities of new love or reconfiguring of old love? I know we're not talking about biological age or anything. It's just that love, old love, I would say that's a love that already exists in your life as a known factor. Okay, here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look and what's the surrounding energy like for you. So I'm going to refer back to the charts in just a moment. Queen of Water, they're very colorful. Okay, well that would explain it. Thank you, Queen of Water. The Moon. Okay, so like with the Moon energy, this is something to do with Moon and Cancer. Something to do with, I don't know if you have a strong Cancerian element to your charts, Queen of Water, or something like that. But this to me almost makes it feel like we're talking about the energy of hypersensitivity, where you would be, you see that, you remember that picture I just showed you? Remember that picture in the book I just showed you where it showed the astral body? Okay? And the spiritual aura is a sort of a lighter, more silvery pastel, whereas the emotional aura is denser, richer in colors. And what I'm sensing here with the Moon is that you're operating from a very strong emotional aspect of the self. Okay, your Sun is in Cancer, for example. So I think the Moon is in Cancer right now. Your Sun is in Cancer. So the Cancerian aspects of your nature are being very magnified right now. They're also being stressed out by the Aries energy over here, because that's a squared type of energy. So what it feels to me like is that you're coming from a very elemental, pure place where it would be very natural to lean on the past. Cancerian energy is often associated with the past, sentiment, things that we've already known, already lived, things that we're very comfortable with, that resonate very comfortably like with our physical body. So like Cancerians love to be comfortable. They love to feel good. Cancerians if there's something that's frightening, disturbing, disorienting, vicious, nasty, it can be very disturbing for Cancerians. Cancerians tend to be very soft, mushy, and sensitive. And it feels to me like you're in that frame right now. And because it's so much easier to, let's say, for Cancerians to lean on the past because it already has known quantities, like comfort. It's like the comfort of an old sofa. I'm not trying to relate your love life to objects or things or people, but Cancerians, they're almost like sort of pets, where they like to feel very comfortable, like this little place where they sit, or this particular cushion that they have, or this particular painting or something that's in the right place at the right room, where everything is set up for coziness and comfort and safety, and like almost like being in the womb, inside the home, inside the nest. It's very nurturing, feminine type of energy. And in that sense, with no disregard to an old love or an existing love or a pre-existing love that might come back, they might be characterized as like a comfortable pair of shoes, or a comfortable chair, or a comfortable sofa, where you know everything, you know every nook and cranny, you know the strengths and the weaknesses, and you get comfortable. And comfort is a wonderful thing to have. And the idea of like, why would I want to give up all the comfort of the thing that I know? To try and deal with something new that I don't know. Then that means I have to go through all the steps of having to become comfortable again. And so for a Cancerian, that can be really, really hard, because Cancerians can be very, very clingy. They can hold on very, very tight to things that make them feel good, or used to make them feel good, but they're not ready to let go yet. They're very, very sentimental, very caring, very nostalgic, that kind of energy. And if the old love could be categorized as like an old sofa, or like familiarity, where they've got their quirks, they've got their problems, but you know everything and you're comfortable with that, so why mess that up? So there's that one side of it. Okay, that's the old. On the new side, let's say that was starting to be triggered by the Aries new moon recently, where you're starting to think like, well, what about something new? You wouldn't be asking the questions, what about the old, what about the new? Is there a comparison? Is something new coming in, or is the old going to stay here? Is the old going to disappear to make room for the new? What's going on? So when I see the moon card here, to me it feels like you're coming from a very, very distinct Cancerian perspective, where it would be very hard to dislodge the old in order to make way for the new. I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just that for the new to occur, to happen, you would have to expose yourself to the new in the way that the Aries new moon would have triggered, where it's just like, come on people, wake up. We got to start fresh. We got to start brand new days. Go forward. What's working for me today, right now? Which is a very different energy from the Cancerian sun. Hey, old sun. Okay, look, see, Queen of Water just put it there. My shell is my sanctuary. Okay. All right. So, I'm not saying there's anything good or bad about the moon card here. It just tells me that the planetary aspects right now, your circumstances, your external circumstances are, to me it feels like you're a bit of a raw nerve. They're triggering you in very classic Cancerian ways, where you don't want the Cancerian aspects to be disrupted, because you probably already built, like you said, a sanctuary, something that is safe and very comfortable. I know what that is like, Queen of Water. That's what my apartment used to be like in Los Angeles. It used to be my beautiful little cozy sanctuary. That's all messed up now. So going forward, I'm not ascribing anything good or bad here. I'm just saying that this is what is. You're coming from very classic Cancerian energy. So the Cancerian energy would perhaps be very fearful of anything new because you just simply don't know what it is. Why would you want to upset the energy of sanctuary when you already have sanctuary? You know? Duh. And yet, here you are asking questions. Let's have a look. What's the situation itself about love? Okay. So, when I look at the sun here, to me it's very simple. I just want to be happy. I just simply want to be happy. The question is, how do we define happiness in your situation? If you are allocating some of your measurements of happiness to someone old or someone new, then of course you're sort of giving away power a little bit. You're sort of giving away your power here. My feeling with the Sun card is the situation is that what's most important is for you personally to be happy no matter what, no matter what's happening with old love, no matter what's happening or not what's happening with any kind of new love. It's almost like that is irrelevant. What is relevant, what is important for you right now is for you to be happy as the individual. Like the Aries energy is like, this is what counts for you. Number one is you. You're the number one person in your life. And it's not good for you to give away your power or happiness or sense of identity to, let's say, another person to validate your happiness. In other words, I can't be happy without the old. I can't be happy without someone new. So instead, it's just like, what really counts here, what we're really dealing with is being happy no matter what. And then we figure out, okay, so how does that change your perspective on old love and new love? If you give away your power out of fear of being unhappy, in other words, if you're coming from the Cancerian energy of like wondering like, oh my God, is my happiness going to be disrupted if I open up my sanctuary, my body, my heart, my soul to somebody new, because maybe the somebody old is literally like a piece of, sorry, no insult, but an old sofa, very comfortable, very well known, everything known about it, but maybe maybe that chapter of your life has been lived already. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking questions about old versus new. So we're putting it in perspective. The real key thing is for you to focus on love thyself, to be happy first, before you make your happiness contingent upon someone new coming in or sticking with someone old or someone old reconfiguring themselves or you reconfiguring yourself to conform with what already exists as comfortable. That would just translate as just, adjusting the cushions on your sofa, the one that already exists. All right, so what's the challenge here? Okay. So we've got the Five of Cups here. To me, it feels like this is going to sound like an odd way to say it, but you're really scared of being heartbroken or having to go through any kind of heartbreak or tragedy or emotional grief, like what might have happened before in the past. To me, this looks like you are very familiar with the energy of tragedy and grief and heartache and loss, and you're terrified of having to face that and deal with that again. So the question is context, like what happens if we recycle something that's old? Does that mean you're going to expose yourself to a repeat of something that was painful, sad, or tragic before, perhaps with this person. Oh no, I don't want that. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'd rather just go with somebody new. But again, when you focus on someone new, you have the same potential risk for having to face tragedy, loss, heartache, betrayal, as if it came from the old. So it kind of doesn't matter whether it's new or old. Either way, when you expose your heart, when you expose yourself to loving and being loved, by definition, you are at risk of deep betrayal, loss, heartache, tragedy, especially grief. Grief. Obviously, you don't want that. Nobody deliberately seeks out grief. And if you are scared of grief, and if grief is the one thing that could destroy your happiness, then it's obviously why you're concerned. Give me a second. Okay, Queen of Water, I just saw that head over heart. My moon is in Scorpio, so this is a very intense, watery kind of energy that we've got going on here for you, Queen of Water. I think it's going to be very interesting, by the way. You know what I talked about earlier? So please pay attention, Queen of Water. 2, 4, 6, 8. Like in about 9 or 10 days from now, the moon is going to be cruising through Scorpio. So I don't know if I'll see you before then or what, in the next week or so. But during that chapter, in the next 10 days or so, when the moon is in Scorpio, please pay very, very close attention to your feelings and your emotions and what they are telling you. And try to put them in words. Rather than reacting in fear, just look at it very neutral. Who am I really? What do I want out of love? What do people expect out of me in a loving relationship? You said something, I just want peace. Peaceful life. Is that what it is? Okay. But it looks to me like with the Cancerian sun and the Scorpio moon, you are potentially extremely vulnerable to heartache and pain at an extreme level that others might not even know existed. So it would be very natural for you to want to protect your heart. Keep it very, very safe from potential heartache and loss. Because that would ruin any kind of happiness. So it looks to me like you're very vulnerable to, let's say, you're vulnerable to relationship dynamics in such a way that you could end up very easily hurt by just the slightest thing. And that upsets the status quo of happiness. And so I can understand why you're trying to get some, clarity about the old versus the new. Because really what it comes down to is like, what's best for my personal happiness? How can I it's almost like, how can I experience the least amount of pain? It's almost like I know that if I enter or allow relationship dynamics to get closer and tighter, you're exposing yourself to more pain, obviously. So it's like trying to balance an equation here. Pain versus joy. How much pain are you willing to endure in order to enjoy the benefits and the bounty of a loving relationship? It's a very big question. Rising sign is also Scorpio. That's a lot of Scorpio energy. So pay attention when the moon is in Scorpio. Okay, Queen of Water? Okay, let's have a look over here. How are we going to deal with this? Because it looks like, well, whether you like it or not, you're super, hyper, intensely sensitive. Okay, with the Seven of Swords here, what this is telling me to tell you is watch out for language, words, actions, behavior from other people. Perhaps an existing loved one, or perhaps a potential new love. Be extremely guarded. I would recommend taking full advantage of your Cancerian nature and make sure that you are very tightly protected right now, like the way crabs do, like the way scorpions do. They have exoskeletons, and the way they protect themselves is they curl up very, very tight, and they let their exoskeleton protect them. So that's what I would suggest here. The way to handle the situation is recognize how vulnerable you are, how sensitive you are, and stay very, very contained, and then observe your life, observe your circumstances regarding old love, regarding new love, and especially pay attention to other people's actions, other people's behavior. What are they doing? We need to find the truth here. This looks very, very much to me like you need to know who is being sincere and honest with you. And you don't want to do that by trying to extract answers from them or extract from them, old or new, the thing that you would like to have that would lead you to happiness. It's more about observing human behavior of other parties, like the older party, the newer party, watching out. It's like doing an evaluation. Hold on. When I see the Seven of Swords there for you in this particular reading, it feels to me like the way to handle it is just understand your vulnerability. Understand your sensitivity. Understand your compassion, your caring nature. All of that good, sweet stuff. And give yourself rights and permissions to be happy. Understand that some of your happiness, because you're a human being, is contingent upon relationship dynamics. Like it would be very nice to have a complementary type of relationship. But there are questions going on. There's question marks here. Old love, new love. And so in order to make a healthy evaluation, my feeling is to stay very self-contained, do the Cancerian Scorpio thing, become very self-contained over the next 2 weeks or so, especially at the time of Moon in Scorpio. Deliberately maintain your own integrity, your own happiness, and observe yourself living through this relationship, these relationship dynamics, and watch out. Pay very, very, very close attention to other people's behavior, like the other person or the older person or the newer person. Look for, it's not like we're looking for problems, but you need to be aware of things that are not compliant with a good, healthy, loving relationship. If with the Seven of Swords there is you need to be acutely aware of anything that constitutes treachery, betrayal, lies, deception, manipulation, any kind of mind games in order for another person, a potential new love or the existing old love, to take advantage of you in some way through mind games, manipulation, deception, fraud, basically unsavory energy that is not welcome or healthy in a loving relationship. That needs to be observed before you can actually go any further. You need to, it's like you have to do an evaluation to find out, okay, you might have been able to tolerate so much about love and life relationships up to this point, but to actually get to the next point, you gotta know what is not working. And a lot of times what doesn't work is miscommunication, deception, betrayal between self and other, between other and self, for personal gain. Like, when you have relationship dynamics that are fractured and one party is trying to gain advantage over another, or one party is trying to manipulate or live or move around the other party without having to be loving. A lot of relationship dynamics occur on autopilot, where two people get together because of, let's say, astrological comfort, where it's just a natural fit. And it's then that you discover the challenges, because once you get into a comfort zone with someone else, then you can guarantee that you're going to discover all the spiky bits and the other pieces about the other party that have not been healed or solved or dealt with in this lifetime. And vice versa. They will feel that from you. So to go forward, it's very important to be aware that these things exist in relationship dynamics. The things that I described, like fake communications, lies, betrayal, deception, mental mind games, lies by omission, direct open lies, whatever it is, that needs to be brought front and center and put into the full evaluation of relationship dynamics between old and new. Either way, you do not want the energy of the Seven of Swords in the relationship dynamic. And for you, because of your vulnerability, it's almost like you're going to have to deliberately look for it to see if it is there. It's like doing a diagnostic on yourself, and if it looks like, oh my God, it's there, that is the potential source of deep pain and suffering, and it's not acceptable. So you could end up with an old situation that's not acceptable, and a new situation is not acceptable. But with the new situations, be very, very careful. Be very, very observant. Pay close attention to any kind of like fake seduction behavior, or anyone who's coming after you, apparently for your benefit, but ultimately for their gain. Be very, very careful of that, okay? I hope that makes sense. You can't afford to let your vulnerability, your personal happiness, be abused or stolen from you by someone who has less than loving intentions towards you and the relationship. There will be telltale signs of things that don't work. We need to keep an eye out for those, okay? I hope that helps you, Queen of Water. Yeah, looking through the smoke and mirrors. I mean, it's different for everybody. Some people are willing to put up with huge amounts of smoke and mirrors in relationship in order to get the convenience of a relationship. Like, oh, he's got a ton of money, or she's really hot and horny, or we're socially compatible, or something like that. Whereas deep down, there might be something really wrong. You can't afford that, okay? All right, Jeffrey, let's see what's going on. To be honest, I don't think I can handle the group reading, if you don't mind, Jeffrey. Because it's a completely different spread, and I haven't done any of that kind of work for a long time. And I need to practice on my own before I can share that with the public again. The group reading was very much to do with heart energy, and I'm so far out of the loop with what was originally a really sweet, good channel here, that I can't honestly do a decent group reading at this moment in time. So I'm just going to give you, Jeffrey, Gregory, and Necessary, we're just going to do situational spreads here. And between now and next week, I'm going to do some homework on myself, hopefully, so that I can take on a broader spectrum of readings and challenges and situations. Okay? I got to shuffle it up. So let's have a little bit of a song here while I get shuffled up and ready for Jeffrey's reading, okay? So again, hang out amongst yourselves while I do this. I'm going to just take it easy for a second and chat amongst yourselves. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, thank you for your patience, everybody. All right, Jeffrey. Thanks for your understanding, Jeffrey. You know what's interesting, Jeffrey? You've been in my mind a lot recently because I kind of really enjoyed our readings that we've done together over the years. In case everybody doesn't know, Jeffrey is a very smart, capable businessman. I don't think he's even reached his first Saturn return yet. So Jeffrey has the hallmarks of someone who's carrying the energy of Saturn very effectively, which is actually very hard to do right up to your first Saturn return. And I've learned things from you, Jeffrey, by talking with you and working with you. And it's one thing for me to understand the energy of Saturn and business and finance and things like that. But to actually get it to work in your own life, it's a whole other thing. And I was out earlier today. Me and Love Triber were hanging out on a Sunday morning, kind of being very, having a kind of a treat. And we tried to get a seat at these different like brunchy diner type places. And we ended up finding one. But while we were waiting in line for one of them, we were next to this head shop, you know, where they sell paraphernalia for all the folks who are interested in weed and stuff like that. And the shock was huge. I'm not personally into it myself, but I'm very aware of it because I've been very exposed to all those things in my life. And I actually used to work at a little head shop on Venice Beach years ago, many years ago. But when I was at this head shop today, I was looking at the head shop. I was thinking, like, this is a very serious business. There's all the cannabis culture stuff over here, and there's all the papers over here. There's these pipes and glass and metal, and it's a huge culture, and it's a big business in America. And I kept thinking, like, wow, this is serious. It's a real business. I understand it. It's not my business, but I kept thinking, this is so cool. And all the artistry, that like competitive artistry, like competitive glass blowing that goes on in the world of professional bong makers. I don't know how else to describe it, but these very elaborate glass structures that look like works of art. They're actually bongs for people who like to inhale, you know? And I was thinking of Jeffrey, like, wow. I don't know, I'm not trying to give too much away here or anything, Jeffrey, but I was thinking because of the work we've done together, and you're a businessman, and I was in this shop today which looked extremely well organized. And I don't know how successful they are, but there were quite a few people coming in and out, which felt very strange considering it was a Sunday morning in kind of an obscure location. So there you go. Anyway, Jeffrey just turned 28 a few months ago. So, okay, so just for reference, yeah, Jeffrey, exactly, like, hold on a second, Jeffrey, so, Jeffrey, I hope I don't mind, you mind me talking about Saturn right now, because Saturn is very closely associated with business structure, doing things in a way that takes account of physical reality. Business takes account of physical reality, like daily cash flow, cash in, cash out, inventory, payrolls, taxes, raising money, becoming profitable, accounting, all those kind of things that are associated with business, especially being successful in business. That's very strongly associated with Saturn. And Jeffrey already has very strong characteristics of what I would describe as a healthy Saturn return. So if you're 28 right now and you're coming towards the Saturn return, which is going to be when you're roughly 29 and a half years old, the chances are you will be at a point in life where you have quite a high degree of awareness of who you are and where you are on this planet regarding the physical, measurable realities of life, which is very much to do with Saturn energy. That's not how it worked in my life, but in your situation, Jeffrey, it looks very strong. So you would have the characteristics of someone who has a healthy Saturn return. That's actually pretty rare. Okay? Because a lot of people, by the time they reach their first Saturn return at roughly age 29 and a half, it can be a serious jolt. It's because the energy of karma comes at you. Like, you start to look at your own life and you realize, like, oh my God, you get this very vivid awakening, like the coulda, woulda, shoulda. You could start to see your whole life flashing in front of you. Like, you see everything where you screwed up, how things went wrong, how you lost and failed. Saturn is the teacher. And you are rewarded for job well done, and you are punished for job not well done, and then you have to repeat until you pass the exam. Okay? So, Yeah, so for Gregory, Gregory will be approaching his own second Saturn return fairly soon, around perhaps the same time that Jeffrey will be approaching his first Saturn return. Okay, so we can talk about this another time. I just wanted to bring that up since it's very relevant now. All right, Jeffrey, I'm just going to go completely blind if you don't mind. Thank you. Cheers, everyone. This is my specialized distilled apple juice thingy here. Jeffrey, just so that you know, 56, 57 November, I have 1.5 years till the second Saturn return. So Tina, you've got plenty of room, you've got plenty of time, okay? Figure things out. I'm sure you'll figure things out, don't worry. Uh-oh, there was a card in here that's the wrong way around. Hold on, give me a second. I'm sure it was flipped. There it is, you see? I'm going to tuck that in here. Whatever it was. We'll see. Well, let's just keep going, okay? Hey, Jeffrey, by the way, even though, I have my little indulgences. I like to have my Scottish whiskey, and I like to have my red wines. Okay, it's kind of an odd combination, but that's what I like. And I do this in great moderation. It's just something that's very soothing, very comforting for me. And for other people it's different. Like in LA, when I was living in Los Angeles, I'm surrounded by marijuana. That's just how it is. And I'm not interested. It does not work well with me. But I have a lot of respect for the business, and I don't personally have a problem with legalization and turning it into a legitimate, well-organized, let's say, federally approved, taxable business. I don't see a problem with it, personally. So I just wanted to share that with you. I've been exposed to it since I was very, very, very young. And I learned very early on that it doesn't really work for me. Anyway, just sharing. It doesn't mean I don't appreciate or understand who you are or what you do. All right. Tina, you made a very good point. I want Saturn to be happy. It's an amazing thing, Tina, when people, let's say, rise to the challenge, or they do the work, or they accept the lessons and the pressure that comes with Saturn, it can actually be very rewarding. Okay? For myself, it was just the opposite. It was very, very painful. My Saturn cycles are extremely highly stressed. That's just me, personally. I can still find ways to live a life and so, but personally, I'm just letting you guys know my Saturn aspects are super hyper stressed. I guess if I was giving myself a reading, that would mean I have to tell myself that I have a lot of very, very deep, painful lessons that have to be dealt with in this lifetime that were either ignored or never dealt with in previous lifetimes. Okay? So there we go. Right, here we go, Jeffrey. Let's see what's going on. For those of you out there, I saw a couple of notes from a few people who were typing in, hey, can I ask a question? And can I have a question? And so on. please do so. Please come again, visit another time. Go to tarotlumination.com. Check in there. If you need to, we can do a one-on-one. I love doing one-on-ones. It's a very powerful, empowering experience. And we do it on the Tarot Illumination Zoom system. And you can book it all through tarotlumination.com. And you don't have to do it in public. Okay? We're doing it in public here. A lot of the people who are coming here, we've known each other for years, and we keep coming back because we have kind of like a support group going. Even though a lot of us have never met each other in person, the energy fields are very consistent and harmonious. So if you're out there and you're watching, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And I'm very happy to work in private one-on-one, okay? I love doing that, okay? We can deal with anything. All right, let's see. What's going on, Jeffrey? Cheers. Here's to you, Jeffrey. Let's have a look here. All right, here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather. So we got the Fool. For some reason, Jeffrey, I'm feeling a tremendous sense of freedom and relief when I see the Fool card here. What this is telling me, what I'm sensing here from the Fool card, is that because of who you are, how you are, and the way you've conducted your life, you've reached a point right now at this very moment in time where, without going into the analytics, I'm not going to bother to analyze this or try to figure it out with the astrological aspects, what this means to you in any form of detail. All I'm suggesting is that the Fool card here is a representation of this, how it works for you. And the way I feel it is that right now, you are in a very strong position to look at the world around you without any limitations. Okay, you can how can I say this? Like, I'm not an authority figure of any kind, Jeffrey, but the way it looks to me is that my job is to convey to you a message that you have reached a point of like ascendance or luxury or evolution or personal development or success, whatever you want to call it, where you can literally give yourself permission to do whatever you want, however you want, at whatever way it works for you. It's just like the world is your, what's that expression? The world is your oyster. I don't know why they say that, but it's like the world is out there for you, Jeffrey. It's like you have like all the characteristics, all the ingredients, all the moving parts, all the knowledge, all the intentions, all the information at your disposal to do literally what you want, whatever that seems to be at that moment in time. So it's almost like being one of these, now don't get too excited here, but like being one of these like legendary famous rich people who just seems to show up and everything seems to be like magic, where success is just a natural way of being. And for some people it is that way. So with the Fool card here, to me it makes me feel like, Jeffrey, you do whatever you got to do. Do whatever you want to do, so long as it matches well with what you already know, that it works, is good, and is wholesome, and is true, and is honest and pure. Okay? And then you go from there. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. And let the journey unfold in a natural way. I think it's very important to be spontaneous. Take advantage of the moment. Look at your world, your life, your surroundings, yourself, your identity. Like, wow, okay. So Tarot Illumination is saying, like, okay, that's pretend I'm you, Jeffrey. Okay, like that's me. That's Jeffrey Longoria in the mirror. Who am I? Okay, so what that's telling me is to do is I'm going to, like you said, I'm going to look for property. So go look for property. Whatever it takes. Like, how am I going to grow my business? How am I going to grow my earnings? How am I going to grow my finances? How am I going to expand my life and become the best version of Jeffrey possible? It's like you have earned the right to literally just kind of go like, I'm going to do this now, and the universe will naturally support you. That's what happens when you have a really good Saturn return, where inadvertently or deliberately you have focused energy, like strong Saturn energy. That would be like, for example, Capricorn type people, but healthy Capricorn people, where they would see the long term, they would focus on the long term, they would do what has to be done for success in the long term, and not sweat the little things on the way. Like some people are just the opposite. They are frantic and they panic and they stress about all the microscopic details one step at a time, but they don't have any concept of the fuller, bigger, longer picture. And then they end up stuck in the mud or off on tangents that they don't know where they're going. So this Fool card here looks like it's very powerful, very supportive for you going forward in whatever way works for you. To me, it looks like a card of extreme privilege. So here's the situation. Okay, so this looks to me sort of like an internal battle going forward, where you're going to constantly have to face off with yourself. That might also be to do with the Saturn energy, where it's like you might have your own, let's say, egoic, selfish, personal needs for self-aggrandizement. How can I feel like I'm powerful, rich, and I can control the universe and so on? And at the same time, you know deep down that there is a mission and a meaning and a purpose above and beyond your own personal self-gratification in this lifetime going forward. And it's almost in that, like, if you're going to be a businessman, if you're looking for property, for whatever reasons you're doing what you do and how you're doing it, there is a higher purpose, which is to do with your growing alignment with spirit going forward in life. You know, you might not talk about this with yourself in day-to-day conversation with your buddies or friends and family, but it's happening inside you at the depth of your soul, where you know that your life is actually like a spiritual journey, and for that to unfold effectively, it means having to constantly measure your own three-dimensional egoic needs as secondary to the spiritual or evolutionary meaning of your life. I don't know how else to explain it. In other words, you might be a businessman. you might be doing this and this and this and that in day-to-day life, and you're becoming more and more successful and growing in strength and stability and so on, and it's helping you, friends, family, employers, employees, neighborhoods, and all of that. That's great stuff. And it would be so easy to let it go to your head, like, wow, this is so cool. But what's actually happening is that it's almost like you are doing this as an act of service. It's almost like it's your job to be successful in the ways that you know how to be successful, on the pathways that you know are good and wholesome for you, in order for you to advance in your own spiritual journey, and for everyone who comes into contact with you to get a little whiff of this on the way. I don't know how else to describe it. In other words, it's not about you, Jeffrey. Like success and following your heart, following your dreams, you are the one who has to do it at the egoic level. And by all means, absolutely go for it. Completely and utterly commit yourself to going for it to the maximum possible. But understand that there is a meaning and purpose above and beyond just self-satisfaction. All right, what's the challenges here? Oh. Okay. So I just saw a note there. So with the Justice card here, it says, I'm looking at your note on the screen at the same time. I don't try to be authority, it just happens. So, with great power comes great responsibilities, okay? So Jeffrey, you might be at a point now, I'm thinking of this in terms of the Saturn return, in terms of your own nature as I've, connected with you over the years. Yes, you've noticed that. Thanks, Jeffrey. Where one of the challenges is to do with authority and to do with power and the administration of power, justice, and law and truth. And so the way I feel this, Jeffrey, is that you are aware that I don't know how to say this. Like, to me, this is a strong reading, and you're just going to continue growing in your own strength. But one of the challenges that you have is accepting the degree and the significance of your own strength, your own authority, your own power, your own ability to administer and run things, life and business, in a way that is just and honest and true. It's almost like you said here, I don't, where's that, where did I say it? I don't try to be authority, it just happens. Well, it's like, you don't have to, I'm not saying you don't have to, how can I do this? Okay, it's like you're going to have to get used to being the authority. And you're not in a position of naivety anymore where you can say it just happens. The reality is that you are an authority figure. And people, the more and more you advance and grow in life and mature and evolve in life and business, the more and more of an authority figure you will become. And one of the things about that is that sometimes it's much nicer and much easier in life not to have to be an authority figure where people come to you for advice, knowledge, wisdom, justice, information, knowledge. It would be so much easier if you could just breeze through and it just, authority just happens. Well, the way I'm looking at this, it doesn't just happen. It's because you've earned it. And now it's a question of, okay, hold on. like as people ascend in terms of business and of power and authority, some people crave it. You know, they're absolutely desperate. I want to be a politician. I want to be a businessman. I want to be a pop star, rock star. I want to be that thing of power, authority, control, and everything. I want to be worshipped for that. With you, Jeffrey, it's just the opposite. It's just like, I don't actually need it. I don't even want that. And yet, you end up being one of these people who has all the characteristics of someone to whom other people go to for justice, honesty, truth, wisdom, and a sense of authority. So it's like, I think this is something to do with, it's just a natural process of growing into your fuller self. Once you start to realize that you are a person of substance, you have characteristics that a lot of people don't have and they don't want to have. There are a lot of people that, like, they might be very intelligent and very hardworking, but they do not want to be the authority. They do not want to be the decision maker. They do not want to be held accountable for what happens in business and life in the world. They just want to kind of cruise through, and if something bad happens, you press a button and you check in with, you know, the support system or the higher ups, or you escalate the problem up there. The thing is, with you, Jeffrey, you are that one. And so you end up being the place, the person, the thing where the buck stops. Where it's a Saturn thing where, like my brother has very strong Capricorn Saturn characteristics. He's very good at carrying very big business decisions and money and consequences, and he is highly trusted. People come to him because they trust him, and he's done that, and he carries it in a very selfless way. But the reality is, so I'm seeing similarities here with you, Jeffrey. The reality is you have to get used to the fact that you are one of these people who is inevitably going to be seen in the position of authority, leadership, administration, truth, getting to the facts, justice, and making the final call and being held accountable. And not a lot of people want to do that. There's only a certain number of people who can handle it, and the people who want that are partly delusional because they don't know what actually comes with being the final authority figure, the one who actually makes the decisions, that the ones has to be the tough decision maker. But okay, I'm not going to jump ahead of the reading here, but it looks to me like you're going to have to get used to this. You're just going to have to get used to being in a position of authority, in a position of being the boss. You can't dumb yourself down to like be like everyone else and be in the pool, in the mess with everyone else, so that I'm just like you, you're just like me. No, it's not like that. You are in a position where others look up to you, others are going to continue to look up to you, and that characteristic is going to increase in your life going forward. And that is a burden, that is a responsibility. It's a very Saturn type of energy. And it might just be something that you have to get used to, so that when you start the second Saturn return cycle over the next 30 years, you will already be appraised and understanding of what it really means. Okay? Okay, you just put something in, it says, I doubt myself all the time. Well, that could be an indication of someone who's willing to question themselves without apologies, without feeling like embarrassed. Like some people who are in positions of authority and power actually don't really deserve to be there. They either connived their way or they like cheated to get there, but they don't do what actually has to be done in order to be a real, genuine authority. And you get what's called the Peter Principle in business, where you ultimately rise to the level of your incompetence. And that's as far as you will ever go in life and in history. Okay? So, with the Justice card there, to me it looks like you're going to have to get used to the idea that you're going to be the authority figure to whom others will be looking. Okay, so how are we going to deal with this? Well, look. With the Five of Swords here, to me it looks like this is to do with maturity, when it comes to like the final distillations of your life, your journey at this moment in time. In order to proceed, in order to go forward in a way that is healthy and is good for you, in ways where you understand it's not about me, it's about the bigger journey, and despite, it looks like, despite your fear, despite the fact that you doubt yourself all the time, despite the fact that it's actually easier to just go with the flow and be part of the crowd rather than having to be a leader, it's understandable. And yet, I think it's inevitable that you're going to be in a position of leadership and authority, and that becomes a problem. And so going forward, how do you deal with that? It's very important that you don't get stuck in the weeds. Like some people, like certain types of leaders, they get stuck into the process of being a leader where they feel as though they have to fend off anyone and everything that threatens their perceived leadership. And that just makes them less and less competent. So when I see the Five of Swords here for you, Jeffrey, it looks like the way to go forward is to, trust yourself implicitly at the depth of your soul, at the very, very core level, and not allow yourself to be distracted by micromanagement or the tiny little battles that go on between people in leadership and people who are looking for leadership. So let's say you inevitably end up in a position of leadership. You grow in your strength, your finances, your business, your life, your world, and you get to this position where people look to you like, well, you're blah, 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 you got a problem? Go ask Jeffrey. So people are coming to you and you're doubting yourself. You'd have to be very careful going forward that, I don't know how to say this, you don't get stuck in the weeds. Like, let's just say, because of your own fear or own self-doubt, you get sucked in, your vibration frequencies go down, and you get sucked into a conflagration between yourself and another person. Because the reality is, you're the authority, but someone comes at you not to challenge your authority, but because you are the authority figure, you're going to attract people who either want resolution or answers or decisions from the authority, and sometimes that can happen through conflict. And especially if there's people close to you where you just rather would just stay, like, let's all be just buddies, okay? But in the end, you're actually the authority, and that in some kind of sad, tragic way sets you apart from the other people. And so you have to live with that, like, oh my God, these people who I thought were my friends, my family, my associates, or whatever, I can't look at them that way anymore. I can't let them look at me as I'm one of them. I'm not saying you have to isolate or think that you're better than them. It's just that what happens with leadership, authority, and the person who actually has to deal out the truth, is that sometimes you might say things or have to do things that don't sit too well with other people. And so if you end up in a situation where there's, let's say you end up headbutting, okay, in situations in life, business going forward, where you know deep down what is good and right and just and honest for going forward in your life, business, career, and so on and so on. But you encounter a situation where there's conflict or resistance or conflagration between yourself and another person. It's like the way to handle it is understand that there are certain problems that you can't solve. And so you don't want to waste your time and energy on battles that can't be won. Like sometimes it's better to concede or to compromise or just let someone screw up. Like rather than getting into a fight with someone, or if someone gets into a fight with you, where it becomes a lose-lose situation where you're being called out as an authority and someone else can't handle that in their ego, so they rise up to it and they see you as a threat, so they respond through the energy of fear, like you can't push me around like that, like you just tell me what to do, blah blah, like how am I supposed to do this, how am I supposed to do that when you're just telling me what to do? You and me, we're buddies, blah 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 blah. You have to be very, very careful, because that's like a setup for a fall. And then if you fall for it and you take the bait, it's just like, oh yeah, man, we're friends and everything's going to be fine. That's not going to work for business. You end up in this situation where you have to be very kind of pure, clear, almost ruthless. Like it's like grabbing someone you love and say, listen, man, I know what you're saying. I love you, buddy. We're friends and all that stuff. But in order to get done what has to be done, this is how it is. It's not personal. I'm not trying to beat you or win one over on you. And I'm not going to let you beat me or win one over on me just to make you feel better so that you can feel like we're buddies. It's not like that. It's more like, this is how it is. This is how it has to be. It's nothing personal. Okay? So it's like, pick your battles. You have to be very, very, very acutely aware of business situations, life situations, communication situations going forward, where you could easily fall into the trap of having to be nice when that doesn't actually work for you. I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense, Jeffrey, because I'm feeling it very strongly here, and I'm doing everything I can to put it in words that make sense to you, but I don't know the context of any of this. So I'm hoping it makes sense to you, because you have to be strong. You have to maintain that neutrality. Honesty, truth, justice, facts, universal truth, universal laws, and you do not compromise yourself or sublimate yourself or lower yourself to accommodate subjective truth or subjective laws or perceived truth. That's not allowed. You're going to, like it or not, you're going to have to be an authority figure that maintains the highest levels of integrity. And that's a tough gig. And you will discover how tough it is when you are in a point of conflagration with others with whom you might have close relations, but with whom they're not used to dealing with that. You're going to have to be the one who carries it. And you can't compromise. Okay? You're not allowed to compromise. You're not allowed to enter battles that you can't win. If you realize you're in a situation where it's just conflagration for the sake of it because of emotional or egoic issues or personality differences, hierarchy, pecking order kind of things, you have to deal with that. In other words, you might have to confront somebody, say, listen, man, it's not personal. Like, I love you, man, or I love you, lady, person, woman, whatever it is, but things are the way they are. We got to do what has to be done to get done what has to be done. I hope that makes sense, Jeffrey, excuse me. Sorry. I hope that makes sense, Jeffrey. All right? Take care, man. It's been a pleasure to read for you, as always. I'm going to put these all back. We're going to read for Gregory. Then we're going to read for Necessary. For folks, anybody who's watching out there, you've never done this before, I'd like all of the audience to know that a lot of the people here tonight, we've worked together before in one way or another. So we're like it's almost like a little support group that we have. I'm always more than happy to have new folks, new readings and everything. But it can get very intense. It can get very personal. And if you can't handle it live here on a little tiny mini micro reading, then I would invite you to go to tarotlumination.com and you can book a personal face-to-face thing where you don't have to deal with having a reading in public. Okay? It's just one-on-one. Music break. Okay, I'm going to play a song I haven't played in a long time. It's called Love is the Word. Okay, here it is. Then the chorus is, love is the word, love is the word. To me, it's like a power song that I used to sing to myself. I haven't done it much for a while now. The song is a couple of years old, but it's a song that I used to kind of sing and chant to myself to like give me power. It sounds like this.
For the skies, opening my hands to welcome in the day, gather in the sun's rays before I'm on my way, and the healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole, casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard. Resonate inside us, love is the word. Moving through the day, pray no accidents arise. Giving thanks to heaven that I'm still alive. Blessing my enemies, blessing the ones I love. Praying for forgiveness for any damages I've done. The healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole, casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard. Resonate inside us, love is the word. Now the day is done and moon is on the rise. My trials and tribulations all bottled up inside. I summon in the numb as I reach up for the skies. I command all fear and shadows be gone before my eyes. poisons, making me whole. Casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard. Resonate inside us. Love is the word.
Hey. Hey. Shut up. We just played that. Okay. Alright, let's have a look here. Hello, everybody. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. I literally feel like I'm some kind of alien being. I just landed on this bizarre place called planet Earth, and I'm trying to integrate with everything and everyone that I see and feel around me. Like, what is this? What is this thing that we call planet Earth? You know? It's an amazing thing. Look, there it is. There's our little home. This is where we all live. That's planet Earth. Right there. Okay? And it's this swirling ball. It just rotates 365 times. Every time it orbits the sun once. How weird is that? It's also interesting that this thing that we have, planet Earth, spins around like this. And it has another thing that spins around us. We call it the moon. And that moon spins around in measurable cycles every 28 days. Okay? Where it just so happens, with sacred geometry and timing, that this thing that we call the moon zooms around the Earth through 13 cycles. I can't do the exact math, but 13 cycles of 28 days, I think it ends up as 364 days. Don't quote me. I'm not really totally 100% sure what I'm talking about here, but I've done enough homework to make me feel confident that in what we call a year on planet Earth, 365 days is the equivalent of exactly 13 lunar cycles. Okay? It's quirky. To me, that's quirky. I'm happy with it because the lunar cycles are so predictable, just like the lunar cycles. And I think they're beautiful how they synchronize. But from the little bits that I know about Western astrology, once all the guys, because most of astrology was, let's say, discerned by males, like especially in Roman astrology. And I think they got to this point where they decided, you know what, this doesn't really work. Lunar astrology is for lunatics. We need to move to solar astrology, and we will sublimate the lunar energy, the feminine energy, to the solar energy, the strong energy, okay? Good night, Jeffrey. And so, in order to make things nice and neat and tidy, they took the solar energy and kind of hybridized it with the lunar energy. They decided, well, you know, there's like 13 lunar cycles in a year, but it does not fit in a very neat, you know, geometric way in a circle. So we're going to create a solar calendar that has 12 slices in the pizza. And then we're going to squeeze the moon into that, okay? That's how it looks to me from here. But personally, I'm very comfortable with lunar cycles, lunar dominant astrology. Anyway, sorry, I went off on a tangent there. Mr. Ross. Sai Mudriash. Hello, hey Sai. I can't handle any more questions tonight. You're very welcome to go to, I think I just told you this one here. Sai, if you want to get in touch, we can follow up. I do. Hello, Heather. I just saw you. Greetings. Hello. Sai. Okay? And anyone else who's watching, if you want to do something outside of the live shows, and these are just live mini readings. A lot of the people who come here, we've worked together before, but we get newbies all the time. And if you have some private issues you want to deal with in private, you're very welcome to go to tarotlumination.com, and you can go to the page where it says readings, and you can book a reading. Okay, it's really simple. All right. So, Sai, after Gregory, we're going to read for necessary, and that's going to be it for the evening. I would love to do a group reading, but I do not have it in me to do that right now, not tonight. I'm going to have to get back in the groove here a bit more for me to do that for everybody, okay? I'm going to shuffle up a little bit. Gotta have a nice pristine deck. Good evening, Mr. Ross. Yo, Fridley! I didn't know Fridley was here. Hello, Fridley. So, people out there, especially the newbies, Sai, okay, and there was someone else. Who was it? There was someone else here earlier. Hold on, where are you? There was somebody here a while ago. Neki, okay, Neki, and there was someone else. Oh my gosh. I can't remember. But hey, listen, if there's anyone else out there, and let's have a look. Hold on, I gotta get back to this. What am I doing? Alright, so dear viewers who are new, if you haven't done this before, typically I get more requests than I can handle in an evening. We're going to read for Gregory, then we're going to read for necessary. That's all I can handle tonight. But you might be interested in knowing, for example, Sai, you might be interested in knowing that we have other readers here tonight. If you want to hook up with them, figure it out, okay? I can help you. You can also hang out and hook up with, we'll do a private reading. But if you want to chat and do something on the side, people do that here on this channel. So Frittily is a reader. Robin's Realm is a reader. Love Triber is a reader. Necessary Truth is a spiritual medium. Okay, and so on. Jeffrey is a reader in his own way. Tina is a reader in her own way. Okay, but we all hang out together. You know how bikers hang out. You know how people who make cookies hang out. All those kinds of things. All I'm suggesting is that... hi, Frittily. Okay, Sai, you're going to have to do a little micro mini reading off to the side with one of the other people here. I can't handle it tonight. It sounds like a love and relationship type of reading. I do those, Sai. I tend to do them like pretty in depth. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm much more of a consultant. Also, Sai, just for reference, it's very important how you put your questions. Or will she date me? When you say, will she date me, you're asking for a yes or no answer. When you're asking for a yes or no answer, you're asking for your tarot reader or your astrologer to be a fortune teller and to tell you yes or no. And I don't do that. Okay? Nothing good or bad about it. You're perfectly entitled to ask, but I don't answer questions typically that have a yes or a no answer. I can help you figure out what you need to figure out. I'm just going to hook you up with Frittily here. So, Sai, for example, check out Frittily. Frittily is really, really good, and you can sort it out with Frittily PayPal, okay? All right, Sai? Frittily's information is right there. I get more readings than I can handle. Okay, Sai, what I would suggest is do a PayPal donation with Frittily and she will help you. All right, Gregory, let's have a look, see what's going on, man. Ah, boy, oh boy. All right, let's have a look. Let's just see what's going on, okay, Gregory? We're just coming from totally blind, totally from the top, okay? Wow, that was a very extreme cut. Let's have a look here. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather. Okay, so we've got temperance. Okay, I'm sensing something different to what I sensed earlier with temperance and the other readings. What this feels to me like, Gregory, for you, is that somehow, how am I going to do this? Gregory, what this feels like to me with the temperance card here, it feels like I'm just being your buddy tonight, and I'm kind of giving you a hint or an indication that you're in a situation where it was like a reading we had earlier, where I think it was with Tina about being a healer and a doctor, where it's like you're going to have to put a smile on things. Like, whether you like it or know it or not, you're a powerful healer. It might not show up in like your credentials, like Dr. Gregory Ross or psychospiritual healer Gregory Ross. It might be more like I'm just Gregory Ross being Gregory Ross. But what you're actually doing is providing healing to others. And in the context of providing healing, you end up with a little bit of what I was talking about earlier. I think it was with Tina Miller. Also regarding that fellow that I read years ago, Scott Peck, where as a healer, like, it's very easy to go in. Let's say I'm a really wounded soldier and I'm really bitter and angry, which is understandable. And you're the doctor, you come along and say, hello, young fellow, let's see how you're doing here. Let's see, oh God, like your arm's falling off and you've been shot up pretty bad, and it's going to be a bit of a job to patch you up and get you working again. Let me do a couple of tests here, and you kind of check them out, and they are in a lot of pain, and then they take it out on you, because you are the nearest person to whom they can connect. It's a real connection. And the fact is that they're in so much pain that they can't handle it. And you, as a healer, you indirectly or inadvertently end up as like a sink, like a heat sink, or like an earth, like a lightning rod, a grounding, where that highly volatile, painful energy can go to ground and clear out. And so it's like being the healer, where let's say you just, okay, let's pretend now I'm you, Gregory, and I'm going to go up to you like, okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay, let me take your pulse. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, now let me check a couple of things here. Now, does this hurt? How does this hurt? Or like, what does this hurt? And the patient goes, ow, you fuck! And they punch you out, they lash out, and they take out all their pain on you. And then you can't retaliate. You can't go back to them and say, you stupid effing idiot. Shut up, lie down, let me fix you. Boof. You can't do that. You have to kind of go, okay, all right, I understand you're in a lot of pain. We will deal with this. And that's what healers have to deal with quite frequently. Like the Temperance card here, what it tells me is that, like it or not, you are carrying the role or living out the energy field of a powerful healer. And sometimes that entails having to be on the receiving end of a lot of pain from the person who needs healing. And in a way, it's nothing personal. Deep down, they don't really want to hurt you. They know that you're not trying to hurt them personally. It's just that they're not capable of handling the pain and the suffering. And so when you show up as a healer, that is literally like a conduit now that established is a way for the wounded to release some of their pain and suffering through the healer. And so you become a conduit. You become a conduit for love and healing. And it is possible to be a conduit for love and healing in such a way that you don't actually have to take their pain, their suffering personally. You literally just kind of like, it just flows through you. And for that to happen, it's a very, very humbling, a very, very humble posture that you have to carry, that you can't take it personally. You can't retaliate. You can't say, listen, you shut up, you stupid F-wad idiot. You're the patient, I'm the doctor, I'm trying to effing help you. You can do that if you want, but it's probably not going to make any difference. You end up being blamed for all the pain and suffering that's going on in their world. Like patients who go to doctors, they unload all their pain and suffering on the doctor. And when things aren't working out and the doctor can't fix it immediately, then they unload even more pain and suffering on their doctor. Got it? Okay? I saw that, Mona. I see that. Hey, Mona. I think I still owe you a reading. Anyway, Gregory, that's what I'm saying here is this, like, whether you like it or know it or not, you're in a situation, a position where you are a healer. Unconventional, unrewarded, unacknowledged, unrecognized, but nevertheless a healer. Wow. Okay, so what's the situation? Okay, so with the Empress energy here, it's like, to me it feels like you have to give yourself permission to have a good life anyway. So it's like, okay, look at it this way. Okay, this is a very strange reading, Gregory, but I'm going to convey what I have to convey. I have a dear friend, and she takes care of, she's literally the ultra highest level executive manager, blah, blah, of so-and-so hospital. And she has to deal with a handful of really premium, high-level, very highly paid doctors. And a lot of these doctors are used to being in the position that I just described, where people are looking for a savior. Okay? And so doctors and healers can often come under tremendous pressure, especially if you are not a traditional doctor or highly paid doctor, and you're just a healer by identity. And so that you go home at night, it's just like, what the hell was I thinking? What was I doing? I've expended all this time and love and energy acting and essentially functioning as a doctor and a healer, for which I should be highly regarded and respected and rewarded, and yet I get nothing out of it at all. And so when I see the Empress card here, my feeling is it's just like, it's time for you to recognize your full nature, your full identity, and then, like some of these really high-level doctors do, they just clock out. They just like, okay, it's the end of my shift. 2 people died. Someone else I can't heal. Someone else is resisting medication. I helped that one went well. That one went well today. That one went well, but I lost a couple. Okay, it's just another day in the life of a healer. What can you do? I'm getting sued by so-and-so. I'm getting sued by so-and-so. You know, some people hate me because they thought I was the doctor who's going to fix and cure everything. And then somebody died or it got worse, and now I'm to blame. Okay? So the reason I'm conveying this story, Gregory, is because it feels to me like you're in that kind of position where, okay, so what do you do? So at the end of the day, it's almost like you have to find a way to clock out at the end of the day. It's just like you have to get to the point where you're doing it on autopilot without any guilt, without any shame, without any thinking or trying to rationalize anything. It's just like, I'm done for the day. Clock out. And then you go have a nice meal and a glass of wine, hang out with your friends or buddies, loved ones, family, doing things that you love as if your patients meant nothing to you. Because you're going to see them all tomorrow or the next day, and in the meantime, one of them might die. But it's not your fault. So it's like, when I see the Empress card here, it's telling me that no matter how tough it is, no matter how rough it is, having to operate as a healer, Even though you're not a healer in the traditional sense, in this reading, it's like you are actually a healer. And then to go forward, you have to operate as though you are a really high-end, premium, highly respected, very well paid doctor. And you have the right to clock out at the end of the day and still get paid and rewarded and acknowledged as a really premium high-end doctor, even though someone died under your watch, someone fails or loses or rejects you or blames you or is suing you. You still go forward anyway as the good doctor. I hope that I don't know how else to describe it, okay? Thank you, Necessary. Like, you deserve the good things in life, no matter how tough it is to be the healer that you are. What are the challenges here? Okay, so it feels to me like there's this deep fear that there's never, ever, ever going to be any kind of resolution or harmony or conclusions to all the pain and suffering that you're dealing with, whatever it is to do with friends and family. It's probably something to do with stuff that we've talked about before. It's just like the chances of this ever happening where you have harmony and people can enjoy and celebrate each other, loving family, loving situation, celebrations of maturity and coming together in ways that are beneficial for everybody. It's understandable if you have a fear, deep fear that this will never happen. Let's just say it never does happen and it never has a chance of happening. That should not stop you from still having your own life. Okay? One of the problems with being really pure, dedicated healers is that there's no end to the healing that needs to be done. Alright, so how are we going to deal with this? Okay, so you just keep on keeping on. So with the Seven of Wands here, to me it looks like, it feels like, how do I do this? This is weird reading. Like, it's just like, when I see the Seven of Wands here, it's just like, imagine you, Gregory, and me, we're in the same room, we're hanging out, and we're doing this reading, like in your living room or something, or in my living room, or in my office, or something like that. And we're just hashing it out as a couple of guys. And we get to this conclusion like, oh, we did the spiritual aspect here. We looked at it from the astrological aspect. We looked at it from tarot. We looked at it from divine intervention and the planets and everything. And let's just like, yeah, so what? At the end of the day, what have we got? We've got a situation where, like it or not, you are the healer. And what comes with being the healer, especially a healer who's not acknowledged or rewarded, you have to figure out a way to sort that out yourself. And when I see the Seven of Wands there, it feels to me like you get to this point, well, in order for me to proceed as Gregory Ross, I just have to accept the fact that I am going to continue to not attract, but be presented with challenges on an ongoing basis. And it's like they're never going to go away. And I'm constantly going to have to face up with this and deal with it. But that doesn't mean your life has to be miserable. So that's why I'm trying to go back to the doctor analogy, where at the end of the day, you literally clock out. Okay, I'm off now. I'm not a doctor anymore. I'm just Gregory Ross. And I want to watch some TV or something. I want to have a smoke. I want to have some food. I want to go out with my buddies. I want to do something fun. And it's nothing to do with healing or being a healer. And then you accept and realize the reality is that tomorrow, and then the day after, and the day after that, you're going to have to go into a world where there's always going to be some kind of conflict coming at you. But that is the day job. That is the day job of the healer. They wake up every morning, the doctor signs on, they go into their hospital or their clinic or whatever it is in the morning. They kind of go like, okay, so what's on the menu for today, people? Okay, so who are you? What's your problem? Okay. So here's what we're going to do, blah, 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 blah. And so with the Seven of Wands, it's just an acceptance, like, oh, this is what comes with the territory. You're Gregory Ross. You have certain characteristics that define you as a healer. So you're going to attract people to you who need healing. And that might be like what we've talked about before, perhaps, family and all of that. And it's not going to, like, they're going to come at you like, hello, Gregory, I need healing. They're going to come at you as people who are really screwed up. And you have to operate as a healer as opposed to an opponent, or as opposed to a, what's the word? A contestant or something like that. Because that's never going to go away. Healers always encounter problems that need healing. Things that need healing, by definition, are problems. So the way to go forward is just to understand that what needs to be healed is something that is problematic. And by nature of being problematic, it's going to cause what you might feel as stress, where you're going to constantly have to maintain your ground, maintain your strength, your conviction, your posture, your righteousness, your duties, your responsibilities, and understand that the people in the situations that you perceive coming at you, like the imagery of the Seven of Wands, that's just what goes with the territory of being a healer. In other words, when you're a doctor, by definition, you're going to run into people who are sick, people who are screwed up, messed up, physically, mentally, psychologically, whatever it is. That's what happens. That's what comes with the job. It's almost like going to a cook or someone who wants to be a chef, and they go into chef training school, and the first thing they tell you is like, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. You don't belong here. Find another career. So it's sort of like that. You're in this position, like it or know it or not, whether indirectly or not, you're a healer. So you're going to attract people in situations that need healing. And it's just like, how am I supposed to be happy in that situation? I just want to be happy. So you have to create definition. You be happy on your own time, in your own world, and you be the healer when you're on the clock with the people who need healing, and you have to find a way to create definition so that you can have a life of your own where you're not like a doctor who's consumed all day long, 24/7, with having to heal. You won't survive. So you have to find a way. This reading is not showing us exactly what that way is, except in the Seven of Wands, in terms of accepting that every day you wake up as a healer, you're going into the battlefield of healing. But you have to learn how to clock out, okay? You clock out, you say, okay, I'm done for the day. I'm going to switch off the phone. So I'm not going to answer that email. I'm not going to reply to that phone message or voicemail. I'm not going to touch that text. I don't care. Blah, blah, blah. It's my time now. I'm going to have a smoke. I'm going to have my whatever. I'm going to go for a walk. I'm going to, whatever it is. And you create definition. Because that's what comes with being a healer. If you try to do healing 24/7, you will end up being the one who needs healing. Okay? You can't do that. It's not allowed. The healer has to heal themselves. The healer has to know how to live and heal another day. And for that to happen, you have to allocate time to yourself. Claim your own time and center yourself so that you can go back into the battlefield to live another day. I hope that makes sense, Gregory. You're more than strong enough to be able to handle it. All right, necessary truth. Let's see what's going on. Hello, Mona. Mona is a healer and her husband is a healer. Mona's husband is actually a professional remote healer. There you go. How about that? Uh-oh, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, my God. All right, let's keep going. We got to read for... let's see. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I see you. Necessary. A little song break. I can do a little song break. Hold on. About healing, okay? I guess I could do this one. Well, this is a healing song for healers. I'm just going to dedicate this one to you, okay, Gregory? It's called I Am Healing. It's just a little bouncy tune. The only words are I am healing, I am healed. Healers, heal yourselves. You have to be strong. Okay? Alrighty. Alright, necessary. Here we go. Let's have a look. See what's happening here. Everybody who's never been here before, to all the folks who are watching who've never been here before, Necessary Truth is a spiritual medium. Just need to know that. And spiritual mediums need readings, just like I do. Sometimes I get readings from other readers, and so on and so on. You get to this point in life where, I think it's called resonance. Hold on. Give me a second here, Necessary Truth. Oh, I see a note there. Guides. That's particularly John. Guidance and advice for the next 1 to 2 weeks ahead in regards to a legal situations for Brandon. Okay, legal situation. Okay, let me make a note here. Legal situations for Brandon. Oh, let's have a look. Brandon. Okay, got that. Sure, no problem. Thank you, Necessary Truth. So, one of the things that I've noticed is it's actually quite hard for me to deal with. This might make me sound as though I'm really arrogant or superior or whatever, but I'm not. I just want to be like with the crowd, like everyone else. I just want to be normal, okay? But I ended up years ago, 2017. It's almost 4 years now that I've been doing this Tarot Illumination channel, and I was guided into doing this. I know it sounds like, oh God, he was guided. Okay, but I have a very strong, very rich relationship with my invisible friends. You might think I'm crazy. Anyway, that's how it is over here. I don't actually believe in aliens. I'm not very big on religion and things like that, but I do resonate with astrology, tarot, spirituality, and my invisible friends, and the intangible aspects of life that you could call things like art, music, writing, imagination, whatever. And one of the things I complain about to a few people who actually listen to me is that, like, I wish I had this, you know what, actually I better just shut up, or otherwise I'm going to get in trouble. But it's much, put it this way, if you want to have a really big YouTube channel, don't do what I'm doing here, okay? There's other ways to do that, but it's not this, okay? The folks who come to this channel, it seems to be that we operate on a very, very narrow frequency range. We all resonate. We all vibrate. Energy is vibration, okay? We all resonate at certain frequencies, and pretty much everyone who's here is directly or indirectly, inadvertently or not, a healer of some kind. And what I've noticed is most of the people who come here are healers who need healing, because, believe it or not, healers need healing. Doctors need doctors. Barbers need a barber. Sometimes chefs and cooks actually like to go out to dinner and have someone else cook for them, so on and so on. Sorry, I felt a bit sneezy. I'm still feeling a bit sneezy. Anyway, so I kind of wanted, the point I was trying to get is that, like it or not, this is how things are. Everything is exactly as it should be. Why? How is that so? It's because it can't be any other way. Whatever is not working for me personally with the Tarot Illumination channel, that's how it is. So what am I going to do about it? Whatever it is working with me in the channel is how it is. So what am I going to do that? How am I going to optimize that? You know, sometimes it's very difficult for readers themselves. So you go to other readers, and that's where I ended up in a position where I'm like a reader for readers, and so on. And that's how I kind of got started. Hold on. Okay, I think we're good. Something froze. My Zoom has quit. Stay there, people. Don't go away. Are we still transmitting? Hold on. Oh. Sorry, technical glitch. I don't really know what's happening here, but I believe that things look like they're kind of okay. I have no idea what just happened, but there was some kind of weird glitch there with the technology. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, it looks like we're still functioning. Okay, so we live and learn as we go. Let's have a look. All right, necessary. Thank you so much for your patience. You've been here for a long time. We've been doing this show for hours now. Does anybody remember the days when I used to do 40 or 50 videos a month? You know, all the tarot readings for 12 signs, all the astrology readings for 12 signs. I would do like situational spreads, and then heart spreads, and then relationship spreads. And the channel was growing, and then suddenly, oh well. So here we are today. Everything is exactly as it should be. Why is that so? Because it can't be any other way. Things are the way they are. For whatever reason, and we have to deal with it. All right, necessary. Legal situations regarding Brandon. Okay, let's just deal with that, okay? Let's put it up there for everybody to see. Legal situations regarding Brandon. I'm going to make an extra double shuffle just to be extra sure, okay? So just hang in. Let's have a look. Alright, necessary. Let's have a look, see what's going on here. Let's bless this deck, bless every single card, bless you, necessary. Let's bless Brandon too while we're at it. Brandon, whoever Brandon may be. Alright, let's have a look. I'm going to do this part now. I'm just going to do this again here. Sorry, excuse me. Okay, actually, you know what? I just saw your note there. Ask John, thank you. Actually, it kind of gets me off the hook a little bit. Thank you, necessary. Hello, Hearts Love Joe. That's the end of it. I can't take any more readings tonight. Joe, if you want to, you can go to tarotlumination.com, and I do a lot of personal private consultations. We can do a lot more in private than we can do here in public, okay? So check it out. Go to tarotlumination.com. This is sort of what like the page looks like. This is a Tarot Illumination from the donation page. You can go to tarotlumination.com and you can figure it out from there. Okay? Thanks, Joe. I can't handle any. This is the last reading for tonight. Okay? But hearts love, Joe. Thanks for asking. Okay? Seriously, I love doing this stuff, but it has to be done in the right way at the right time, with the right kind of configuration of energy. Okay? I've done thousands and thousands of readings for people all over the world. Okay, hearts love? So you don't have to worry about that side of it. It's just a question of figuring out what do you really want to do? How do you want to do it? I do things here. I do these little Sunday night shows basically to promote the channel, to promote Tarot Illumination, let people know that I'm still here. But the real business, we do it behind the scenes. We do it in private. Go to tarotlumination.com. You'll figure it out. Okay? Thank you. Alright, let's see what's going on. Legal situations regarding Brandon. Okay? And let's see if what John has to say about this. Okay? Give me a second here, necessary. I have to try and configure myself. Yes, I understand. Okay. Alright, here we go. Gonna try this. Same old spread, situational. It's a diagnostic tool. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather. This is regarding the legal, let's just say this is regarding Brandon. Okay, I've got a 6 of Cups here. So what I'm feeling is that there's some kind of very, very, very old past life situation coming to the surface in this lifetime for some kind of resolution that has been left and abandoned, unresolved for a very, very long time. Okay? Now remember, this reading is for you, necessary truth, and you're asking for feedback about legal situations regarding Brandon, filtered through John, one of your spirit guides, okay? So I'm trying to be really precise here. How can I say this? Okay, necessary. This feels to me like we're at a point of kind of critical mass here in a very, very, I don't know, it looks to me like a very delicate situation where, like it or know it or not, what I think, what appears to me to be happening here is some, like I'm just repeating myself, very old past life situation that has been unresolved for aeons, generations, and now we're coming to a point of clarity, awareness, acceptance, resolution, whatever that means. Give me a second, okay? Here's the situation itself. I guess in a way, not a guess, but in a way, really, I mean, you're asking for, let's say, feedback or perceptions regarding the legal situation about Brandon. So in essence, the focus of the reading is actually Brandon, okay? And with the star card here, to me, I don't want to sound like a really downer thing, but it's almost like a question of, is there any hope at all? Is there any hope at all for redemption? Is there any hope for salvation, for coming out of the woods? Any hope of divine guidance, divine protection? Because that's what we're looking at. That's what we need here. That's what has to happen here. Some way, somehow, that's what has to happen. And to me, it looks like it's very delicate, very awkward, where nobody involved in the situation really wants to deal with it. It's like Brandon doesn't want to deal with it. Whoever else is involved doesn't want to deal with it because it's kind of delicate and awkward, and there's a lot riding on the situation, but in a way that's just like, I don't want to deal with this. But someone's got to do it. Somebody somewhere has to kind of step up and be the lighthouse. Be a beacon of hope, guidance, and inspiration, understanding that you are guided, you are protected. And this is you necessary. You're asking for this reading. What it looks to me is like, regarding John, it's almost like John is pointing at you, necessary truth, saying like, you are being called upon to be the light of hope and guidance and inspiration in this situation. Whether it works out or not, that's a whole other thing. But it looks to me like you are in a kind of a karmic bind. Some kind of karmic bind where this is just part of a life chapter, or whatever you want to call it, where this is the subject matter that is on your desk. If you think of yourself as a business person, okay, necessary, you're a business person, and you go to the office the next day, and what's happening today, folks? And there's your inbox, there's your outbox, and then there's all the stuff, the bits of paper in front of you, and how are we going to deal with this? Okay, so today we have to deal with this. And the subject is legal matters regarding Brandon. And to me, it looks like a reading where this is something that is being put on the shelves far, far away in the background for a very long time because nobody wants to deal with it. Because it's just like, I don't want to deal with this. It's just like, But now is the time. And so you get it, okay, this is the moment we're going to deal with this. So to me it feels like John is saying it's kind of up to you, necessary truth, to be a beacon of light and hope and guidance, protection, the symbolic. You have to be it's not like you have to be this symbolic character that has to convey the message and the feeling that there is hope. There is salvation, there is possibility, there is redemption. There's some way to figure this out. It might not be fun, it might not be easy, it might not be comfortable, but we're going to deal with this. Okay, we're going to deal with it. It looks really awkward. Okay? So, to me, necessary, it looks like you're in a situation, like it or know it or not, where we're looking at very old, some kind of distant, historic past life situation that is coming into present life situation It's front and center on your desk right now. It's nothing too... It's not like, I don't know if it's... You have to take it emotionally in that way. It's much more to do with spiritual guidance. What's the challenge here? Let's have a look. Hold on. Okay, it looks, to me it feels with the Fool card here is that it's almost like your necessary truth. It's almost, okay, I have to put this in the context of John. Is that someone has to speak up. Necessary truth has to speak up the necessary truth. And the necessary truth is that everyone involved in the situation with Brandon, so in other words, it isn't just Brandon, it's just everyone who's involved in the legal situations regarding Brandon has to understand and accept that we're all in this together. We're going to have to figure it out. And at this moment in time, it looks like there's no obvious solution about what to do or how to do it. And somebody has to call that out. And so you end up being necessary truth, the person who has to call it out. In other words, it's like someone has to say, let's face it, folks, we don't have an answer. We don't have a solution to the situation right now. We're not going to just press a few buttons, do a bit of this, do a bit of that, and we're going to solve everything. And the legal situation about Brandon is going to be done, bum, 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 and then everybody can go home and be happy and live your own lives. No, it's just the opposite of that. It's almost like somebody has to step in and say, listen, this has been going on for too long, for too many lifetimes, or this lifetime, or whatever, and we have to establish the fact that none of us really know what to do. Okay, so that is a big problem, but somebody has to say it. Somebody has to call it out and say, listen, to date, we do not have a solution. We don't have any comprehension. We don't have any way to do it. Nobody knows what to do. There's too many loose ends. There's like, it's almost like Brandon's in the middle, and it's just like, okay, it's like, it's almost, I'm trying to imagine that I'm Brandon right now. It's just like okay. It's almost like, oh, okay. It's like, to me this looks like, I don't know, I'm just repeating myself. It looks like a situation that nobody wants to deal with. Nobody wants to deal with the Brandon legal situation stuff, because it's really inconvenient, uncomfortable, and it involves, let's just say, very nebulous, very hard to understand past life situations or commitments or responsibilities. Like, for example, for you necessary, like, why should I even bother? What's this to do with me? And for whoever else is involved, like, well, it's not my fault. What's it to do with me? And then someone else is saying, like, I didn't do this. And then Brandon could be saying, like, listen, it's not my fault either. I'm just Brandon, the guy in this situation. I don't have a solution. So that's how it feels here. Okay, that's what I'm sensing. Okay, necessary truth. So you end up in this point where someone has to be really firm and call it out and say, listen, wake up, everybody. We have to understand and accept that this is, we have to deal with this. We have to deal with it because all of us who are not Brandon have been looking for ways to not deal with this for multiple lifetimes. And now we're going to have to deal with it because it isn't something that can be just shoved off or ignored anymore. And so with the Fool card here, to me it feels like everyone else involved in the situation who is not Brandon have to admit with themselves that, you know, I don't really know what to do, and I don't really want to have anything to do with it, because from my perspective it's not my fault. And then everyone who's in the room can justify that, but then that leaves Brandon with like, what the? It's not my fault that I'm in this situation. I'm just Brandon being Brandon. And now I'm having to carry this completely ambiguous energy of everyone else not wanting to deal with with Brandon being Brandon. This is a really difficult reading. And I think it's one of these readings like someone had to say it. To me, it feels like John is saying to you, necessary, that you're the one who has to call it out. Someone has to call this out for what it really is. And it looks like it's going to be difficult, embarrassing, awkward, and that's how it is. And then, once you've called it out, what are you going to do? Let's have a look. Let's finish this up. Let's have a look here. Okay, so we got the Four of Cups here. To me, this looks like a very simple acceptance of, like, to me it looks like a team effort here. There's some kind of team situation going on here. Brandon is at the center of this whole thing, but Brandon is surrounded by this team of people who are involved in the situation regarding Brandon, where what's that old expression, an inconvenient truth or whatever. So Brandon ends up in this situation as being at the center of a legal situation that's very uncomfortable, awkward, inconvenient for everybody, including Brandon. And so the way to deal with it is accept the fact that there's an a huge amount of shared responsibility here, like we're all responsible here. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. If at least one of us, or at least all of us together, had dealt with whatever had to be dealt with when it had to be dealt with it in the past, or in past lives, or in many, many past lives, then we would not be where we are here today. But to move on here today, the way to move forward is to accept and understand that all of us who are not Brandon, we are all at fault. We are all guilty. We all have a certain degree of shame and a certain degree of responsibility that we have to accept that led to this situation. But that's not the end. And then we have to reconfigure, because with the Four of Cups I always see energy flows where attention goes. So all of us have to come to a point of consensus. All the adults in the room have to reach a point of consensus where we are all complicit. We're all guilty. We're all responsible in some way or other. So we have to deal with this as a team. We all, as a team, have to refocus on here. What are we going to do now? What now? What now? What now? This is a little miniature Ace of Cups. We have to focus on what is the most loving thing to do for Brandon. Not for you, not you, not you, not you, not you, not you, not you. Not us, not us in our contentions or whatever. What is best for Brandon? What is the best and most loving thing for Brandon here? Because if that's what had been done in the first place, none of this would be happening right now. So it looks to me, this is a very uncomfortable, very awkward reading where it's not just you necessarily, but there's a bunch of people involved here where it's like accepting a group responsibility that we got to do the most loving thing now. This is happening now. What is the most loving thing that we can do for Brandon? How is this going to work out for Brandon? Not for me, not for Necessary, not for John, not for whoever's involved in this thing. How are we going to sort this out so that we deal with it once and for all? Even if we try to deal with it once and for all, it doesn't necessarily mean it is going to be resolved forever. But things have to be sorted out so that this fellow Brandon is not at the middle of a chess game as a pawn that is being shuffled around between other people for their convenience. It's time to take Brandon into consideration so that we can basically wrap up this game so we can all go off and live our lives. Brandon can live his life, and so on and so on. This is a very difficult, awkward, very uncomfortable reading. Sorry about that. Anyway, thank you. I did the best that I could. I hope this makes sense to you, Necessary, and whoever else is involved in this. And I don't know if it's going to be resolved right now, but I'm hoping this reading helps everybody get to the next step, whatever that is. Okay? Oh, I saw that note there. Generational karma. Yeah, things like that. You know, generational karma literally is multi-generational karma. You just have to look what's happening in the United States today, in how American history is unfolding between families and races and communities, cities, towns, states, neighborhoods, all of that stuff. It's a collective generational karma that has been building up in the United States for the last 250 years, and it's going to come to its own climax at the Pluto return towards the end of 2023. Thank you, Necessary. I see your notes there. Thank you so very much, too. Okay? That's it, folks. Wow, this has been quite an evening. I had no clue what would happen in the readings or who would show up, but I'm really, really glad I had the chance to come here tonight and do these readings with everybody, because it looks like I needed this, you guys needed this. So we'll do this again. Thanks for hanging in with Tarot Illumination all this time. I don't know what's going to happen next. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to play another song I haven't played for a long time. It's called Love the Word. This is a song I wrote a little while ago. I tried to make it sound like it was, done in a proper recording studio with, $100,000 worth of equipment and musicians and singers and producers and technology and musicians and all of that stuff. But I ended up having to kind of like fake it with my own little technology. But you get the feel of it. So if you let your imagination roll, what I'm asking you to do is kind of immerse yourself into the feel of the song and pretend you're kind of like in this like group spiritual chant thing where you are empowering yourself simply with the power of word, the power of your words. Okay? And it helps to have a good tune and a good beat. And I've been very lucky because I went to an incredible concert years ago where it was all these massive, what do they call them? Choirs? Like gospel choirs. And they take this stuff very seriously. So all these gospel choirs were going into these competitions around the United States, and it ended up in a huge stadium for the finals in Los Angeles, and I was invited to go to the finals, and I was very privileged because I had very privileged seating. But it's quite something to behold when you have a very powerful gospel choir singing their hearts and lungs out in praise of love and harmony and healing. And that's what I tried to do with this little song. I tried to create my own little version of that. So I tried to pretend that I was in a big stadium and I had this incredible gospel singer group working with me, and I got to sing my little song and everyone is dancing and clapping and everyone gets into this big pulsy beat. Okay, so this is what it sounds like. Okay, let me see if I can do this. Hold on. It's called Love the Word. Okay, it's coming up here. It's showing up. Wow, I haven't played this in a long time.
Sing the word, chant the word, speak the word, dance the word, say the word, praise the word, feel the word, love the word, live Oh.